Maine, 22 delegates with the following bound delegates. 22, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, from down East Maine of the first sunrise to the woodlands of Maine that provide a great living for many Maine people, to our agriculture that has the best tasting potatoes in the nation, to our fishermen whose daily catches love throughout the world, to our many Maine industries that are working with President Trump to provide PPE and testing equipment to get our nation through this pandemic. For Susan Collins, a senator, a true native Mainer, who has and always will be supportive of Maine businesses. As chairman, I, Jonathan Kinney, proudly cast 22 Maine votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Maine cast 22 votes for President Donald Trump. Maryland, 38 delegates with the following bound delegates. 38, President Trump.
I'm David Bossie, chairman of the Maryland delegation. George Washington resigned his commission in the Continental Army in our State House in Annapolis to become our nation's first president. And Maryland is home to Brookville, which served as the capital of the United States in 1814 for a day when the British Army was burning the White House. Maryland is home to the United States Naval Academy, Iron Man Cal Ripken, the greatest slugger of all time, Babe Ruth, Olympians, Katie Ledecky and Michael Phelps, and the two-time Super Bowl champion Baltimore Ravens. From the mountains of Western Maryland to the beaches of Ocean City, to the Chesapeake Bay and our world-class crabs, Maryland is America in miniature. Maryland is home of the Underground Railroad and two of our greatest abolitionists, Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman. Maryland, home of Francis Scott Key, who penned our Star-Spangled Banner during the British assault on Fort McHenry, is proud to cast its 38 votes for the man who puts America first and will keep America great, President Donald John Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and the procedures of this convention, Maryland cast 38 votes, President Trump. Massachusetts, 41 delegates with the following bound delegates. 41, President Trump.
Madam Chairwoman, I'm Sheriff Tom Hodgson, chairman of the Trump re-election campaign and co-chairman of America's Sheriffs for Trump. Madam Chairwoman, Massachusetts is the home of the mighty Minutemen and Paul Revere, who bravely and courageously helped to create our republic. We are the home of the 2nd, 6th, 35th, and 41st presidents of the United States. And we are the home of a long history of patriots like Samuel Adams and Benjamin Franklin, who acted to preserve our liberties and our Constitution of the United States. Madam Secretary, in keeping with our long history of patriots defending and preserving our liberties and our Constitution, Massachusetts proudly and enthusiastically casts our history of this nation, our
procedures of the convention. Massachusetts votes President Trump. Michigan. Michigan, 73 delegates, but with the following bound delegates. 73, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, I'm Laura Cox, chairman of the nation's oldest Republican Party. Michigan put the world on wheels, the heart of the arsenal of democracy. And Jackson, Michigan is the birthplace of the Republican Party. We are the proud home state of President Gerald R. Ford, Secretary Betsy DeVos, and Secretary Ben Carson. And let's not forget, we are the home state of the most awesome Republican Party chair, Ronna McDaniel. Ronna shocked the world in 2016 when she flipped Michigan to red for President Donald J. Trump. And make no mistake, this year, Michigan is going to stay red for President Donald J. Trump, and we're going to put John James in the U.S. Senate. Madam Secretary, Michigan, the Great Lakes state, is going to cast all 73 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and the procedures of this convention, Michigan cast 73 votes for President Trump. Minnesota, 39 delegates with the following bound delegates. 39, President Trump.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm chairman of the Minnesota delegation. I was born and raised in Minnesota, and we grew up with God. We grew up with family values and our 10,000 lakes and a lot of traditional moral values. But Minnesota has been blue since 1972. This actually made us in Minnesota feel like the song Bluer Than Blue, very sad. This year, the terrible Democratic leadership in Minnesota made some of the worst decisions in history. This manifested into destruction of so much of my great state and country. With Democratic leadership being exposed for what it is, and President Trump's great pragmatic leadership, we will win Minnesota. Traditional Democrats are flipping in Minnesota, and now they're Democrats for Trump. Just this week, the polls are now even in Minnesota. We are one nation under God, and I am proud to give all 39 Minnesota delegates to the greatest president ever.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Minnesota cast 39 votes for President Donald Trump. Mississippi, 40 delegates with the following bound delegates. 40, President Trump.
I'm Lucian Smith, the chairman of the Mississippi Republican Party. On behalf of our delegation chairman, Governor Tate Reeves, who cannot be here today because he's returned to the state to prepare as storms gather in the Gulf of Mexico, the great state of Mississippi, the birthplace of B.B. King and Elvis Presley, of William Faulkner, Eudora Welty, and Richard Wright, the state where the first heart transplant and first lung transplants in the world took place, the state where the rockets that will propel man to Mars and beyond are perfected at Stennis Space Center, and the state that this November will overwhelmingly vote to re-elect our president and return Cindy Hyde-Smith to the Senate, proudly cast 40 votes to nominate Donald J. Trump for president.
Pursuant to the announcement of this delegation and the rules and the procedures of this convention, Mississippi cast 40 votes, President Trump. Missouri, 54 delegates with the following bound delegates. 54, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, beautiful Missouri, home of mighty historic rivers, fertile plains, and rolling hills, where agriculture is our #1 industry. The gateway of the West, the cave state, the home of the Pony Express and the Santa Fe Trail, and the home of the reigning Super Bowl champs, the Kansas City Chiefs, and the home of the 2019 Stanley Cup champs, the St. Louis Blues. With our two outstanding United States Senators, Roy Blunt and Josh Hawley, and our outstanding Governor, Mike Parson, beautiful Missouri is proud to cast its 54 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of this delegation and the rules of the procedures of this convention, Missouri cast 54 votes, President Trump. Montana, 27 delegates with the following band delegates. 27, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, my name is Don Kalschmidt. I come from the great state of Montana. It's often been called the Big Sky Country, the Treasure State, and the last best place. But currently, we are affectionately calling it Trump-tana. We're the home of the tribes, the American Indian tribes, the agriculture, timber, beef, oil, and coal, recreational activities and culture, the Rocky Mountains, rolling hills, and streams, lakes, and great rivers, huckleberries and Yogo sapphires, grizzlies and bobcats, military veterans, cowboys, farmers, and workers of recreation and industry. We fish, we hunt, we boat, and we have at least 5 guns in every home. And we love the Second Amendment, and we love you, President Trump. Montana affectionately and enthusiastically gives its 27 votes to the next President Donald J. Trump. God bless America.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Montana cast 27 votes, President Trump. Nebraska, 36 delegates with the following band delegates. 36, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, great to be here with you today. I'm Dan Welch, Chairman of the Nebraska Republican Party. Nebraska is the Cornhusker State. We're the big red state and home to some of the greatest people in the world. I'm joined by some of those people, National Committee man J.L. Spray, National Committee woman Lydia Brosh. I'm also with fellow delegates, Cindy Allen, Ron Schmidt, and Teresa Thibodeau. On behalf of them, great Nebraska Republicans, our great governor, Pete Ricketts, and my little Republicans at home, Wyatt and Barrett Welch, 3 and 4 years old, we're doing this for them and their future. I cast 36 votes for the current and next president of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Madam Secretary, the chair calls for a temporary suspension of the roll call. The chair recognizes Governor Scott Walker from the state of Wisconsin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was my honor to nominate our friend Mike Pence to serve as Vice President of these United States for 4 more years. While Joe Biden has outsourced his agenda to the radical left, including Senator Harris, whose voting record, according to Newsweek, is actually more liberal than Bernie Sanders. That's right, Joe Biden's running mate is actually to the left of a self-identified socialist. Meanwhile, Mike Pence, a successful governor from America's heartland, is the perfect partner for our president as they take on the Washington establishment. an establishment that Joe Biden's been a part of for nearly 50 years. That makes Joe Biden a creature of the swamp. Mike Pence is helping Donald Trump drain that swamp, and we need them there for 4 more years. Mike Pence is respected by governors and mayors and medical professionals all across this nation because of his leadership of the White House task force on coronavirus. Mike Pence helped the people of Indiana see their tax relief as governor, and now as vice president, he's helped our president, Donald Trump, pass one of the largest tax cuts in American history, a tax cut that helps nearly every taxpayer in this country, a tax cut that Joe Biden wants to repeal. Mike Pence believes in the sanctity of life. He always has, and he always will. And he's a big reason why this administration is more pro-life than any in the history of this country. Mike Pence believes that every child, no matter where they come from or what they look like, every child deserves access to an excellent education, be it at a traditional public school, a charter school, a private school with a voucher or a scholarship or a tax credit, or even a homeschool environment. He understands that he trusts parents to make the right choice for their children. And Mike Pence believes in public safety. He will defend our constitutional right to protect ourselves, our families, and our property. And he supports public safety when it comes to not what Joe Biden supporters often talk about, defunding the police, but rather defending the police. Mike Pence will always stand with the good and decent men of law and women of law enforcement who protect us every single day. And Mike Pence understands the service and the sacrifice of our military. He understands the pride and the prayers of our military families because he's a part of one. You see, America deserves an outstanding vice president like Mike Pence, and it's up to all of us to ensure that he is just that for the next 4 years. But let me take a moment to tell you about Mike Pence, the person. While he respects others' traditions, Mike is guided by his Christian faith. He loves our Lord, and he loves all who are created in God's image. His faith brought him together with his wonderful wife, Karen, who was an outstanding first lady in Indiana and who will continue to be an exceptional second lady for the United States of America. Mike always asks about my sons, Matt and Alex, because he understands the importance of family. He is so proud of his 3 children and increasingly now of their spouses. He is so proud of Michael and Charlotte and Audrey. I think the only thing he could possibly be more proud of is when God blesses him and Karen with grandchildren in the future. And he is devoted to his friends. I remember in the past when he called to see how my mother was doing, I told him that I was standing with her in the emergency room. Mike asked me to pass the phone over to my mother, and I watched as he talked to her, as he comforted her, as he prayed with her. And then a few minutes later, my mom got another call, this time from the president. You see, Mike had walked down to the Oval Office and asked the president to give her a call. That's the kind of person Mike Pence is. He's Midwest nice.
All right, sorry about that, guys. I'm trying to get the other stream up. So anyway, I know Mike Pence was just speaking, but he had actually spoke a few hours ago. So this is my name, Kyle, and this is the Conservative Take, and I'm trying to get the streaming going. So what I'm doing right now is I got a couple things going on, and thank you for coming out to do this first night. It'll get better tomorrow, and actually get better later on. So the core of it is I wanted to get the thing started at 7 o'clock, but I found out that the RNC was actually going to do the prime time they were going to do it at 9 o'clock. And so now I got, an hour and a half to kill now. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get this thing set up so that we can at least watch the rest of Mike Pence's speech. And after I do that, I will wait till he gets finished, and then I'll come back on and say something going into tonight's festivities. All right, so I'm going to jump off here, and hopefully you'll see Mike Pence come up here pretty soon.
Start. You knew we could be strong again. You knew we could be prosperous again. You knew we could have a president who put America first again. And in 2016, you elected President Donald Trump to the White House. And think of all we've done. We revived this economy.
While Joe Biden has outsourced, I told him.
Help but think of the.
What is this now, baby man?
Well, hello, Charlotte. To Madam Chairman, Marshall E. Kelly, the Republican delegates from all across America, it is a joy to be with you at the 2020 Republican National Convention here in North Carolina. And I want to thank you all for that warm welcome. But I also want to thank a great friend of mine who was a great leader in the state of Wisconsin and is one of the great conservative voices in our party today. Would you join me in thanking Governor Scott Walker for those wonderful and gracious words? It's deeply humbling for me to come to you on a day like today. I heard there was a unanimous vote a little bit earlier. And I'll have more to say about that at Fort McHenry on Wednesday night. But let me just say, a moment like this in my life, I just can't help but think of those ancient words. But who am I? And who is my family that you've brought us this far? And I want to thank you for the honor of this day. But I heard you were all down here in Charlotte doing some business. The beginning of a great week for the Republican National Convention. But I got to be honest with you, I'm here for one reason and one reason only. And that is not just the Republican Party, but America needs 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. It was 4 years ago that all of you gathered here made it possible for America to have a fresh start. You knew we could be strong again. You knew we could be prosperous again. You knew we could have a president who put America first again. And in 2016, you elected President Donald Trump to the White House. And think of all we've done. We revived this economy through cutting taxes, rolling back regulations, unleashing American energy, and fighting for free and fair trade. And after years of budget cuts, this president rebuilt our military. We restored the arsenal of democracy, and we're once again giving our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Space Force the resources that they need to defend this nation every day. We've stood up for the rule of law and for our most cherished liberties. This president has seen, with your support, more than 200 men and women confirmed to our federal courts at every level, and they are all conservatives who will uphold the God-given liberties enshrined in our Constitution, like the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech, and the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. And I couldn't be more proud to be vice president to a president who stands without apology for the sanctity of human life. But today is about 4 more years. This week, we will take our case to the American people. And we certainly heard the Democrats' case last week. It's remarkable to think. And you understand when you listen carefully to their agenda, beyond the platitudes and the attitude, you hear an agenda. That Joe Biden and the Democratic Party have been overtaken by the radical left. Their agenda is higher taxes, socialized medicine, open borders, abortion on demand, and cutting funding to the men and women who serve in law enforcement at every level. Well, we're going to take our case to the American people. It's a case of lower taxes, free market economics, secure borders, right to life, and we're going to make it clear that this president, this vice president, and this party will always stand with the men and women who serve on the thin blue line of law enforcement. We're going to back the blue. You know, I don't have to tell you here at the Republican National Convention, the choice in this election has never been clearer, and the stakes have never been higher. And we'll be taking our case to the American people this week, but it'll be you and the millions of Americans involved in our party in every state and territory of this nation who will be carrying that message to the phone lines and to the front doorsteps of the American people. And it's the reason why I wanted to be here today. And it's the reason why I got a good feeling you might just see a friend of mine at the Republican National Convention today. Because we wanted to say thank you. We wanted to say thank you for all the work that you have done and all the work that you will continue to do on the days ahead. In the car on the way here after I landed in Charlotte, I was on the phone with more than 5,000 volunteers all across America. We're going to be getting people together in your state and in every state and territory across this land. We already have the largest grassroots campaign in American history, and we're going to secure 2 million volunteers before Election Day. As it really is about reelecting this president for 4 more years, but it's also about an agenda. It's about an agenda that made America prosperous, more prosperous than ever before this great global pandemic struck our nation. More Americans were working than ever before. We were setting records in this economy, left and right. And in the midst of this pandemic, as I'll speak about Wednesday night, the leadership of this president and the compassion of the American people shone forth. And we'll continue to work every day until we put this coronavirus in the past. When we reelect President Donald Trump, remember, it's going to be 4 more years. That means more jobs. 4 more years means more judges. 4 more years means more support for our troops and our cops. And it's going to take at least 4 more years to drain that swamp. So, men and women of the Republican National Convention, it's on. Now is the time. This is the moment for each of us to do everything that we can in our power to reelect this president, this team for 4 more years. But let's also do our part to reelect and elect Republicans up and down the ballot. Let's reelect a Republican majority in the United States Senate, and let's make sure that Leader Kevin McCarthy is Speaker. Kevin McCarthy in a new Republican majority in the United States House of Representatives. So we've all got work to do, and I know you're up to the task. I saw the way this party, this movement, led our nation back in 2016, and I just know each and every one of you are going to do your part this year to reelect this president and elect and reelect Republicans with strong, sound, conservative principles every day. Because, you know, I heard the other day that democracy is on the ballot. But I think we all know the economy is on the ballot. Law and order is on the ballot. Our most cherished ideals of freedom and free markets are on the ballot. That's why we need 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. So I'm going to slip away because I have a feeling somebody else will be here before too long. And as I said, I'll have more to say about the action that you took today come Wednesday night at Fort McHenry. But I mean to tell you, it's the greatest honor of my life to be your vice president. And I'm going to work my heart out to be your vice president for 4 more years. And I'm absolutely convinced that if all of us do all that we need to do between now and November 3rd, if we organize, if we mobilize, if we hit the phones, if we hit the doorsteps, if we do our part in every state and every territory of this country, we're going to elect and re-elect Republican leaders all across this land. We're going to re-elect President Donald Trump for 4 more years, and with your continued support and with God's help, we're going to make America great again. Again. Thank you all very much. An honor to be with you today. God bless the Republican Party, and God bless the United States of America.
All right. So let me start over. So, here I am talking about how the live stream is going pretty well, that we don't have a lot of technical difficulties, but I just end up having me speak for about 5 minutes there and not have any audio coming out. So I apologize. I will start over. So my name is Kyle, and this is the Conservative Take, and this is going to be a live stream for the first night of the RNC convention. And we're going to do this hopefully tomorrow night, and then Wednesday night, and then Thursday night. That's when it closes out. And so what I was saying earlier before my microphone was muted was the fact that I have this set up in a way that's going to be hopefully convenient for people to access. It's streaming right now on Facebook. It's streaming on YouTube. And if you have access, you can actually come on as a guest, and we can do split screen and so forth on StreamYard. So if you want to come on and you have a camera, you want to talk, we can maybe do that. But probably need to find a break to do that. But that's also possible. And so what I wanted to do was, before, if you've been on my live streams before, you know that there's been a lot of difficulties in production. I've had a lot of problems. And a lot of that was because of the limitations in hardware, limitations in my ability, limitations in the software that I was trying to use. But now with everything that's happening right now, I think it's pretty good. And so what we have here set up simply is this, is that we have me on Facebook doing a watch party. Watch party allows me to go out and grab any live feed out there and stream that. And then I'm having my other software record Facebook, and that's streaming it onto StreamYard, and then that's being put out to YouTube. So those are going simultaneously. So if you're on Facebook, you can see the quality of the feed better, but you're not going to get any interactivity because that's not streaming here. The background images here, me, the split screens, all you're going to get is the basic feed from Facebook. But the advantage there is that you'll be able to chat with us online there. But if not, you might as well just go and see it on the RNC feed there. So that's the advantage there. But if you're on YouTube, the quality may be a little bit less because it's streaming over YouTube, but it should be pretty decent. The audio, I know, is pretty good. I'm running in a hardwired gigabit connection, so there shouldn't be any bandwidth issues, but there's some limitations sometimes in hardware where even though you may have a good network connection, it may not be possible with your hardware, and network card. So, but it's as fast as I can make it right now. So, but the audio should be fine. And so that's YouTube. So YouTube, you're going to get all the stuff that you see here. You're going to get graphics and so forth. And so that's really what I'm talking to now. I'm talking to my YouTube audience. People on Facebook can't hear me. So let me just let you know what's going on. So right now, what I've been doing is I've been recording and showing the footage from earlier today. The Republicans had their convention. They had their roll call. And what a roll call simply is, they go through all the states and all the territories, and each delegate within that particular territory, they nominate somebody to talk, and then they cast their votes to the nominee of President Trump. And I'm assuming he got all of the nominations and all of the delegates' votes. So he is officially now the nominee for the Republican presidential race. So that already happened. President Trump spoke at North Carolina as well. And I think he will be speaking tomorrow and also on Wednesday. And also, of course, he'll be the last speaker on Thursday. Okay. So if you want to know more information about this, how it's set up, go to theconservativetake.com, theconservativetake.com. And in there, the first page you see a bunch of banners. Click in the banner, you'll see below the various links that are going to be shown for the various nights. So this is obviously night 1, and then night 2 would be another link, and so forth. The Facebook link will be pretty much the same one. You have to find that because that won't be available to the day of. I can schedule the one with StreamYard or YouTube because I already know what I'm going to do, but I don't know which feed I'm going to grab from Facebook. So that's why I won't know until the day of for the particular Facebook group. So what I'm going to do is, as I take breaks, I will jump off. I will put on the speaker for like where I can't. If I speak on top of them, it's kind of fuzzy, so I won't talk on top of them. But I will bring a speaker up, and I can even rewind because this is taped. But once we hit 9 o'clock, I'm going to go ahead and let the whole thing ride out. And I may be in there in the picture, giving thumbs up, but I won't be actually talking unless I have breaks. And I will be pulling down the video if there's some music, because I don't want any copyright infringement. I think I mentioned that before. Yet I will get a copyright infringement from YouTube, and then that will prevent me from doing a bunch of stuff. So that is where we are. So anyway, so let me Let me go ahead. I'm going to get some water. I'm going to pop this guy up here on the screen. This is New Mexico's giving their roll call. And this is pretty interesting. What they do is, again, they go through all the states and they talk about the states and they say, you know, whatever. And then they, you know, it's like a big kumbaya, you know, hug fest. So let me bring this guy. Well, actually, they just finished him up. I'll rewind that. Let me rewind this guy here. All right, Mike Pence is finishing. All right, let's see here. Let me get this right. All right, bring him up. Oop. Don't want any music. No music.
State, proud home of Alice Paul, Thomas Edison, Frank Sinatra, and the beautiful Jersey Shore. I am pleased to announce that New Jersey's 49 delegates are given to Donald J. Trump for President of the United States of America.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of the convention, New Jersey cast 49 votes for President Trump. New Mexico, 22 delegates with the following bound delegates. 22, President Trump.
Madam Chair, on behalf of the good people of the state of New Mexico, a land of blue skies, limitless horizons, and unending vistas, a land where faith, freedom, and family dominate our values. We all saw Mr. Trump come down that escalator, and he gave voice to the fears and anguish that we all felt for this country. And then he began to speak words of strength and purpose, words like courage and liberty, prosperity, truth, hope, and life. And we saw him begin to rebuild this country. And then we saw that rebuilding interrupted by the COVID-19. So now we have a choice to continue the rebuilding, the revival, the renewing of this great land. New Mexico is proud to vote for that renewal, that revival, by casting its 22 votes for Donald J. Trump, the next president of the United States of America.
Pursuant to the announcement of this delegation and the rules and procedures of the convention, New Mexico cast 22 votes for President Trump. New York, 94 delegates with the following bound delegates. 94, President Trump.
Hello, my name is Nick Langworthy. I'm proud to serve as chairman of the New York Republican Party. New York is the proud birthplace of our great president, Donald J. Trump. It is where he raised his family, where he built his business. Our president embodies what it means to be New York tough. And when New York was facing some of its darkest hours a few months ago, our president stepped up and delivered for the people of the state of New York. The sight of the hospital ship USS Comfort sailing into our harbors gave a clear and bold message to the people of our state that our president was there to support us. Even our governor, Andrew Cuomo, congratulated him and thanked him for that tremendous support. And it was a terrible shame last week when that same governor went to his party's convention and lied about our president's leadership in this crisis. But New York is what's in turmoil, from our bloated budget deficits to our economy in free fall. We have crime ravaging our streets. That is what America would see if it allowed Biden-Harris to run this country. We need to send a loud and clear message. New York is proud to stand up and say, thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership for New York. Thank you for fighting for us with that true New York grit. We have your back, and we are proud to cast our 94 delegate votes for our president, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of this delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, New York cast 94 votes for President Donald J. Trump. North Carolina. 71 delegates with the following band delegates. 71, President Trump.
History is made in North Carolina with our first settlements in the late 1580s and as one of the original 13 colonies. History was made May 20th, 1775 with the Mecklenburg Declaration of Independence, declaring our independence from British rule a full year before the U.S. Declaration of Independence. History was made in 1795 with the first public university in America, the University of North Carolina. Today, it's the home of North Carolina A&T State University, the largest historic black college in America. History was made in 1903 when the Wright brothers, two boys from Ohio, came to the superior climate of North Carolina to try their new flying contraption. History was made in 1922 when WBT became first commercial radio stations in the country and is still broadcasting today just a few miles down the street. History was made in 2010 when, for the first time since the Civil War, Republicans won the control of both the North Carolina House and Senate. And while they inherited close to $6 billion in debt and budget deficits from the Democrats, they quickly turned that into an $11 billion surplus while passing the largest tax cut in North Carolina history. The Carolina comeback is real, and it continues, and it will get better when we elect Dan Forest as our next governor, and we return Senator Tom Tillis to the Senate. And history will be made in 2020 when North Carolina leads the nation in re-electing President Donald J. Trump. North Carolina proudly cast all 71 votes for President Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of this delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, North Carolina cast 71 votes President Trump. North Dakota, 29 delegates with the following band delegates. 29, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, my name is John Trandom, Chairman of the North Dakota delegation. North Dakota is home to the biggest Republican in this room, outgoing National Committee woman Sandy Beeler. We're thankful for her service. North Dakota is the safest state in the nation because we respect life, because we value family as the cornerstone of our society, because we support private enterprise, because we exercise our Second Amendment rights, because we stand for our flag, for our military, for our police, and because we prayerfully support our president and vice president. North Dakota's 29 delegates proudly cast all of their votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of the procedures of the convention, North Dakota cast 29 votes for President Donald Trump. The Northern Mariana Islands, 9 delegates with the following band delegates. 9 for President Trump.
Hafa from the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, the only territory with a Republican governor and a Republican majority in our legislature. In early March of 2016, Governor Torres proudly endorsed Donald J. Trump for president, becoming the only territory governor to do so and the 3rd governor nationwide. Unlike previous administrations, President Trump has never turned his back on our islands and our people, almost 8,000 miles away from Washington, D.C. President Trump and his administration have greatly helped us recover from 2 devastating typhoons. Our people are deeply patriotic, and our sons and daughters proudly step up and serve in the U.S. Armed Forces, making us one of the highest per capita in the nation. Tourism is our primary economy, and we strongly encourage everyone to visit our deep blue oceans and beautiful beaches. On behalf of Governor Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres and the entire Republican Party of the CNMI, Madam Secretary, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands is proud to cast its 9 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of this delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Northern Mariana Islands cast 9 votes, President Trump. Ohio, 82 delegates with the following bound delegates. 82, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, I stand for the state of Ohio. Birthplace of presidents, father of aviation, and mother of astronauts, home to working men and women who appreciate a president that puts America first, a president who defends our brave law enforcement officers. I am Bob Paduchik, son of Anthony and Judy Paduchik, and I cast Ohio's 82 votes for Donald John Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Ohio cast 82 votes for President Trump. Oklahoma, 43 delegates with the following bound delegates. 43, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, this is Steve Curry, Delegation Chair from the great state of Oklahoma, the state which proudly provides the Senate with its 2 great senators, Senator James Inhofe and James Lankford, who are strong advocates and defenders for our national defense and for the protection of unborn lives. The state which proudly and unapologetically supports our military and the thin blue line of police officers, which devote their lives to protect and serve. The state where we understand the difference between peaceful demonstration and riots and looting. That freedom is not available to you if you can't go to your place of business or drive down the street without fear of being beaten. The state where its people recognize and hold dear the rights given to us by our Creator and not by government, yet enshrined for us in the Bill of Rights, which includes, among others, speech, press, religion, and the right for our own self-defense and the right to bear arms. The state in which all 77 counties voted for President Donald Trump in 2016 and will do so again in 2020. Madam Secretary, our chairman, David McLean, along with our National Committeewoman, Carolyn McClarty, delegates Pam Pollard and Charlie Potts, and the rest of our entire delegation cast its 43 votes for the current and next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of the convention, Oklahoma cast 43 votes for President Donald J. Trump. Oregon, 28 delegates with the following bound delegates. 28, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, Oregon, a state with a proven pioneering tradition and breathtaking natural beauty, has benefited greatly from President Trump's America First policy over the last 3.5 years, resulting in more and better jobs and an improved economy for our citizens. In stark contrast to our failed governor and the feckless mayor of Portland, along with the Democrat presidential candidate in hiding, President Trump has stood up to the violent thugs and denounced those who seek to destabilize our state with anarchy and destruction, giving us hope that we can make Oregon safe again. And even though COVID-19 has reduced the size of this convention, it has not reduced our enthusiasm for renominating President Trump and Vice President Pence for 4 more years. The Oregon delegation believes that the best is yet to come
and is therefore proud to cast all 28 of our votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Oregon cast 28 votes for President Donald J. Trump. Pennsylvania, 88 delegates with the following bound delegates. 88, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, I'm Lou Barletta, Chairman of the Pennsylvania delegation. I'm honored to represent the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, also known as the Keystone State. As one of the first members of Congress to endorse then candidate Donald Trump, Pennsylvania was the keystone that put Donald J. Trump in the White House with its electoral votes at 2 a.m. on election night, and we will do that again in 2020. I'm proud to cast Pennsylvania's 88 votes for the president that will make sure that we kneel when we pray and we stand for the flag, President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Pennsylvania cast 88 votes, President Donald Trump. Puerto Rico, 23 delegates with the following bound delegates. 23, President Trump.
Madam Secretary, I'm Kevin Romero, and I'm the youngest delegation chair in this great and historic convention. The territory of Puerto Rico and us, in representation of 3.2 million strong and resilient American citizens, and to express our gratitude to our president and our amazing nation, with a view of achieving statehood, equality, and our shared American prosperity, and reminding us all of the bloodshed and the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of Puerto Ricans and all the patriots that have served our great American armed forces, we proudly cast all our 23 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Puerto Rico cast 23 votes, President Donald Trump. Rhode Island, 19 delegates with the following bound delegates. 19, President Trump.
Rhode Island, the ocean state where we like to make waves, as evidenced just yesterday by the hundreds of boats that cruised Narragansett Bay to rally for President Donald Trump. We have a long history of being rebels, from our founding on the base.
All right. How's everybody doing? So I am not, am I muted? I am not muted. So I should be live. Good. So for those of you just joining right now, this is the Conservative Take. This is our live feed. This is the first time we've done it in this way. And just so you know, I've come to a thing here where I'm not going to encourage people to go to Facebook from here on out. Because if you go to Facebook from here on out, you're not going to get any of the titling. You're not going to get anything. All you're going to get is the feed from the channel that we're using to stream from, which is the GOP convention, the official convention website for the broadcast. So, but I'm using it because the one good thing about the Facebook watch party is it allows you to pick any stream or any video that's in the library of Facebook. So that's a cool thing. And it allows you to pull it into StreamYard, which is what I'm using right now, to broadcast this out to Facebook. So I would encourage everybody to watch this through YouTube because on my phone, it looks great. It looks great on my phone. So if you're on Facebook and can hear this, I would say go to YouTube and watch this. And to get there, just go to theconservativetake.com and you'll see a link there in the main thing of the particular day we're on, which is Monday. or you can just go to YouTube at The Conservative Take or look for me out there. You'll find it. It should be streaming now live. Okay, so what I typically do, and I'm going to do this, I'm going to move this out of the way. Well, I'm going to keep it on. I'm going to keep it up here because people need to know. I have a show that I call the Top 3 Show, and what that is a show where I take 3 topics that basically are topics that are not really being covered, or maybe they're breaking, but I think 3 topics is pretty good to do in a time frame of like an hour format. And so since we're about 1 hour away from the beginning of tonight's prime time speakers, I'm gonna go ahead and do a couple things here. There's 3 topics I want to talk to you about. And unfortunately, I don't have time to do any titling or give you any visual aids. I like to do that, but in this case, I can't do that because I don't have time. It wouldn't fit well with this anyway. However, I want to talk about the first story. This is pretty interesting. And actually, all 3 of these people that I'm going to talk to you about, all 3 of them are no longer who they were when they started. Two of them, well, all 3 of them, well, let me put it this way. 3 of them at one point in time were leftists. 1 still is. And I'm going to talk about all 3. But the first one I'm going to talk about is a lady named Karlin Borysenko. Karlin Borysenko is a lady that actually was a person on YouTube who basically had her show where she was dealing with knitting. It was the process of making clothes. And she was a part of a knitting community. And she also had other things that she did. She's a public speaker. She's got a job where she goes out and travels and does PR stuff and hospitality. She trains people for whatever she wants to, whatever she's being paid for. But she was a liberal, and she was from New Hampshire. And I've done a video on her in the past. I've reached out to her on email. She reached back to me, and I wanted to bring her on the show, but she just blew up so quickly that she doesn't have time for me right now. But because she was just on Glenn Beck just now. She's been all over the airwaves now. She's been all over the place. And the reason why is because she was up in New Hampshire, and as a devout Democrat who voted for Hillary Clinton, she decided to go to the Trump rally in New Hampshire. And she told people before going to it that I'm going to go to this Trump rally, just to check it out, because if I'm going to be fair, and I need to go to the other side and see what they're like. Because in New Hampshire, she gets to see all of the candidates. So she gone to Bernie Sanders and all of that stuff, So when she went to the Trump rally, Trump supporters told her not to go because they were afraid that she would get attacked by liberals. And liberals told her not to go because they told her that she'd be attacked by conservatives. But when she went, she had such a good time. She came back and wrote an article about it, a blog, and that just went viral, crazy. And then here we are. So now, about how long it's been, maybe 6-7 months now. Now she's all over the place. So now here's what happened. So recently, I think it was yesterday, she went to a place, I think it's Wisconsin, I believe. I'm not sure exactly where it was. It was a convention for the Walk Away movement, #WalkAway. And she was going to go there so that she could talk about Walk Away and also go there for her job as well. I think it was a business trip. And so in doing so, guess what happened? She's in this hotel and she gets accosted because she's wearing a MAGA mask over her face. So the story from the hotel is that she was running through the hallways, knocking on doors, using racial slurs, causing a ruckus. And if you know Karlin Borysenko online, whatever, you would know this is as far from her as you could possibly imagine. This is not the kind of person she is. I never met her, but just from watching one video of her and watching her story, this is just total preposterous crap. And this is coming not necessarily from the management. It's coming from the employees or coming from the people who were there who were triggered by her MAGA mask. At least that's what she suspects. However, she sees that now that she is now being targeted and by people like that. But also the hotel is doubling down on the whole thing. And she says that she has proof that she didn't do it, but there's no video. And so I was thinking, you know what? I was thinking about if you're going to go out to an area, especially if you're by yourself, no witnesses for you, no one who can document what's going on, you almost need to have a GoPro, which is a camera on your hat or a hidden camera or something to document your entire experience. Because right now it's between the hotel management and her, It's her side versus their side. Now, she's got a case for slander and all kinds of things because this has gone viral. But, here's the deal. She has, and this is publicly known. This isn't something I'm not saying that she doesn't know, that no one doesn't know about. She is a rape victim survivor, okay? She talks about this, and she has PTSD from this. And so she was out in the middle of the night by herself, people chasing her, accosting her, being rude to her, kicking her out of the hotel. She had nowhere to go. And so she's having experiences like this. So now she's got to go to counseling. And she said all this on the Glenn Beck show. I will try and find that link and I'll put it in the description if I have a chance to, but go to the Glenn Beck show or go to, I think it's The Blaze, I believe. Check that out. I think it just came out today. And so that's crazy. And here's a woman who was a staunch liberal. And Hillary Clinton hated Donald Trump. And she went to one rally and saw that the people at the rally treated her very well, that people weren't the way they said they were, and were very encouraging and not one negative word to her. And that just messed up her whole paradigm. It just messed up her whole world. And then from there, that article that she wrote put her on the map where she's just going crazy right now. So I just feel bad for her, and it takes some courage to be a Trump supporter. And I'm not for this. Her name is Karlin Borsenko. All right, that's the first. I'm going quickly here. I may not get through all this, but the second one I want to talk to you about, and this is interesting, is a guy by the name of Richard Spencer. And Richard Spencer is a guy who is a neo-Nazi, KKK-loving white supremacist. And I had never heard of this guy until I watched the latest Dinesh D'Souza film. I think it was Trump. Was it the Trump Nation, or was it? It was the one with him and Lincoln on the cover. I forget the name of it. Maybe Death of a Nation. I don't remember what it was. But anyway, that's his latest film. And in that film, Richard Spencer was a guy he interviewed Dinesh D'Souza, who directed this film, interviewed this guy named Richard Spencer, who's this white supremacist. And I didn't know anything about this guy. But supposedly, not supposedly, but what he is someone who the left-wing media absolutely loves. They use him as the poster child for white conservatives who they consider are racist. He's the person that they use, they put on the poster, the milk carton, so to speak, to say, hey, here's your classic white supremacist MAGA supporter. All right. So what's interesting there is that Dinesh D'Souza interviewed him. He interviewed him about basic conservative questions. Like, what do you feel about immigration? What do you feel about, what do you feel about taxes? What do you feel about government? What do you feel about Reagan? And in all of those cases outside of the wall, he was absolutely on the left of all those issues. And the reason why he was for the wall was because he was hoping that keep the different races out. He was not about immigration at all. He wanted to keep this country and make this country truly a white nation. That is his agenda. And he was quoted or seen doing a Hitler salute saying, "Hail Trump." And that was one of the things that really got him on the map. He was all over the circuit. They paraded him around, say, "Here's our boy, here's our guy, here's the Trump supporter that you guys love to hate or hate to hate." And this is it. But guess what happened today? Guess what happened? Richard Spencer, this worse than racist David Duke, white young supremacist, Nazi, every negative thing you can think about, said he's going to endorse Joe Biden. You cannot make this stuff up. Now, why is he endorsing Joe Biden? It's pretty simple to me. When I first heard this, I knew exactly why he's endorsing Joe Biden. Number one, the obvious. Okay, what does Joe Biden stand for? But he's really endorsing him because Donald Trump has let him down. President Trump has let this racist, white supremacist, neo-Nazi down. He has not done what he wanted him to do. And I was talking to my wife earlier, and she said this, that, yeah, they were probably happy early on about the wall because, like I said before, you get to keep out the people you don't want. But after that, Trump was starting to he was talking about giving a deal in terms of like dealing with the legality of amnesty. Not that he was going to do amnesty, but he was at least talking and presenting concessions to the Democrats. Of course, they turned them down just to try to get the ball moving so they could stop the government from being shut down. He was just making these platitudes, whatever. Nothing that he actually was going to do, I think, seriously. But also with the crime reform bill, helping Black people, Black unemployment going better and getting better, was getting better. I think once he started seeing that kind of stuff, he was like, "Oh heck no, I can't support this guy." And that's the whole thing. When Dinesh D'Souza interviewed Richard Spencer, he basically was left of everything. He couldn't stand Reagan. He wanted more government. He thought the government needed to come in place to enforce certain things. That is not a conservative. And I think what the media does is a disservice. They put these people out there, and they let people think that these people are one way. You can come on down. I'm live. My wife. This is live television, so whatever. Just I have my right there. It's perfect.
Can you just clear all that?
Just put it there. That's fine. Thank you. So they parade these people around and say, "Hey, this is what a racist looks like, a MAGA racist looks like." But now, I bet you this story just goes totally by the wayside. I bet you they don't mention anything about this because this makes them look really bad. Every time they say, "Well, look, David Duke endorsed so and so." Well, now they have this guy here who's worse than David Duke. I mean, endorsing Joe Biden. And Joe Biden, I mean, come on. He was the friend of the segregationists back in the day. I mean, come on. I mean, we can go on and on about Joe Biden. And just even recently with his comments that I've highlighted many, many times on this channel. So President Trump is speaking on my thing here. I can rewind it, but I am going to stop short of the 9 o'clock because I want to put him up so you can hear him talk. I'll rewind it if you haven't heard it already. But so that was Richard Spencer. The first one was Caroline Borsenko. Second one was Richard Spencer. Both of them were leftists, and Richard still is one. And the last one is my favorite on this list here because I like this guy, and I didn't like him early on because I saw him during the Occupy Wall Street stuff. But his name is Tim Pool, and Tim Pool is a guy who's really blowing up. He's going on syndications on all kinds of conservative outlets, and he's on What Finger site. He's up there all the time. He's got his own main section there on What Finger, which is a conservative aggregate site. But Tim Pool is a guy who I like listening to because he makes sense. He is not a Trump supporter. He is a pragmatist. He believes in some liberal concepts. I think he's more of a social liberal, but he's more fiscal on a lot of different things. He just wants fairness. He wants things called the right way. He wants strikes called for both teams the same way. And I think that's somebody that I can really get down with, right? I can get down with somebody who doesn't agree with me philosophically, but can align with the fact that I want to see truth on either side because let's just play it out. Just call it, just like in the movie with Denzel Washington, the movie with the football movie about Virginia. I can't remember the name of it. But anyway, there was a scene in there when the referees weren't calling it the right way and they were trying to fix the game for the other team. And he said, just call it both ways. Just call it fair on both sides. We'll take care of the rest. And that is what I like to see. So anyway, so Tim Pool, what he did was he basically said for a long time that I'm not going to endorse President Trump. I'm not going to endorse him. But he kept moving himself further and further to the right. Every single video, he comes more in line with the conservative movement. And I think mainly it's because he's seeing the left just go more left and more insane and more some. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, these people are just, and so what he did, so the left is going so far to the left that Tim Pool is pretty much just saying, look, these guys are insane. It's ridiculous. And so today he officially announced that he is going to, he's heard President Trump's agenda for a second term. And he says that any person would be crazy. He's basically said, you'll be insane. Would be crazy if you didn't support it. So I'm going to vote for Donald Trump this time. And Tim Pool, with some perspective here, has one channel of over 1 million subscribers and another channel on YouTube with like 800,000 subscribers. So if you include that plus other media outlets, he's well over 2 million followers. And I understand there's some people that are duplicates, whatever, but he's got well over 1 million to have people of influence. And this is kind of big because people listen to Tim Pool. And my wife said this he said this, that he better watch out now because, now that he's a target, right? So it's only a matter of time before they'll go after him. And remember, Tim Pool was a darling of the left. He got his start essentially by covering Occupy Wall Street, right? And he was out there on the street, recording people and doing all that. And that's how he got this blog thing going. And so he was a darling of the left. But now, it's just one of those things. So we see Karlin Borysenko get attacked, and now we will see Tim Pool, unfortunately, be attacked as well. And so he's also said that in New Jersey, he's done everything he could do in New Jersey to get what he needs to get to protect himself. I'm not gonna say the word because if I say the word, then this will get flagged and, I won't be demonetized and it's all a bunch of bad stuff on YouTube. So you get what I'm saying? It's called the Second Amendment. And so he's really done that. So he's got everything he needs to do in New Jersey to get that happening. So to just let you know how serious he is, because in New Jersey, it's very difficult to get that kind of access. And so, so I'm going to answer some questions here. Let me pull something up here. Most people are just saying about Trump, which is awesome. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Z. Let me see. Let me open this one up here. I'm not sure what this actually means. It says, "Oh, Snapchat's open. Those liberals are afraid of chat for some odd reason." I think they're just afraid. I think they're just afraid of truth. And it's interesting. I saw something recently just now. It was an SNL skit that Turning Point USA actually put out. I mean, SNL did it, but they relaunched, they rebranded it and put it out there on their channel. And it was the skit of a household with their pet dog, and they had a device that allowed them to put a helmet on the dog's head, and they actually hear what the dog is saying. And in this particular video, the dog was saying how he likes Trump and going through all the conservative talking points. And it was just totally triggering the people who were listening to the dog talk. And I'm like, this is funny, but that probably red pilled somebody in this country. Because one thing about, and to your point, Ionic Blood, one thing about doing that is that even if you joke about the truth, if it's cynical or if it's sarcastic, that hits home because it makes sense. Like you said, it's facts. And what that does is, whether it be funny or not, they get to thinking, right? And that really kind of messes them up. And I know that for a fact because my walkaway movement, when I started to make the journey to the right when I was in college, right after that, around the Million Man March in DC, there was a movie that came out called Get on the Bus. And there was one scene in that movie where they were talking about conservative values, whatever. And then one person on the bus who's a conservative, of course, they were calling him Uncle Tom and a coon, whatever. He said, well, at least we don't beg for money. At least we don't ask the white man for our food, and for, to get by. And I'm like, at the time, I was a very active person. I was very active in the Black community. I was volunteering for stuff. I was going to speeches for people. I was getting books and audios of conservative, Afrocentric type of personalities. But that point there really hit me. I'm like, hold on. All this time we're talking about why the white man isn't doing right by us, why all this stuff, and at the same time turn around, juxtapose that against what this guy just said, who a person I didn't agree with at the time, a Republican, a conservative, that we're actually begging the white man for our stuff and asking him to get us what we need, not being self-sufficient. Because in the 90s, one of the big things was self-empowerment. That was a really big thing in the African-American community in the 90s. We had people like Tribe Called Quest, you had Arrested Development, you had movies like Malcolm X, you had this Different World, Cosby Show, all these different things during that time frame. I can go on. X-Clan, Grand Nubian, all these different people and groups and personalities, Tupac even, we're talking about, doing for ourselves, not blame the white man, not racism. I mean, it was undertone there. It was there and underpinning there of our situation. Public Enemy, same thing. But it wasn't like we were just blaming Whitey for everything. It was a sense that we need to do something for ourselves. And the movie Malcolm X really, really helped perpetuate that. Even get on the, so anyway, I'm getting on. But the point is that when I heard that, I was like, wow, that goes against everything that I would have been talking about. And that really messed me up. it messed me up. And from that point on, I think that was the first red pill. So my point really is with this thing with SNL and facts that get laid out, no matter where those facts drop or where they land, it's going to hit home on somebody, which is why I think we see the walking away or the bleeding away of certain groups within the Democrat Party. It's not just black people, guys and gals. It's not. I mean, I've had interviews with people from the Brexit movement, from the Lexit movement, Hispanic movement, who told me that this is what's happening. The Hispanic community has had huge numbers going towards Trump. And if you look at, I've done videos about different demographics outside of black, white, that are like 51% in favor of Trump. I mean, that number's come down some. It's around 40 now. But we've seen black numbers go up to 46%. And I'm telling you, man, there's a bleeding away, because what's happening is every little post you see, every meme you see, every whatever you see out there, whether it be something that's counter to what you see in the media, hits home hard because it's so different than anything that they see. And it becomes addictive. It becomes something they want more of. They go on to YouTube. They may find my channel or a video that I do, but they'll say, we don't want to stick with Kyle. We'll go to we'll go to Thomas Sowell, we'll go to Larry Elder, we'll go to Kingface, we'll go to Candace Owens, we'll go to Brandon Tatum, we'll go to any number of conservatives out there. Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, Louder Crowder. And these people, these personalities, it just adds more and more and more. And we're all kind of saying the same things. And it's that thread that goes through that is very, very powerful and is reinforced as you dig more and more into it. So with that, right now, it's about 8:23. Let me see if I have any questions here. Yes, I will. I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to do it right now. So what I've said before, I have Trump up here right now. I'm going to play his video here. I'm going to back him up a little bit because right now it's recording. So this won't start till 9 o'clock, but I'm going to get Trump going here. This is New Hampshire. I'm going through the roll call here. And I'm going to shut up. I'm going to get the president up here. All right, so let me do that right now. And I'm going to shut up and I'm going to jump off here. And I will come back around 9 o'clock. And I may actually be part of the video, but I won't be talking because I want to do that because it tends to be distracting. So hold on, one more thing. Jackie says this. She says, I listen to Tim Pool every day. He's also moving out of Jersey. He's moving somewhere more urban and less left. Well, good for him. That's awesome. All right, so here's the president. I'm gonna bring him up here.
South Dakota's 29 delegates. I proudly cast all of our votes for the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
That was one of the great evenings, but we have to be very, very careful, and we have to win.
122 delegate votes to the next president of the United States to delay his full-time relocation back to his home state of Florida, Donald J. Trump, for the president of the United States.
The state of Florida casts 122 votes for Donald.
Say it as much. Fiction like we had never seen. The most successful economy.
We'll start there. I can't get that exactly. Sorry.
The best unemployment numbers in history for African American, Asian American, Hispanic American, women, college students, bad students, good students, everybody. If you had a diploma, if you didn't have a diploma, it didn't matter. You were doing well. Everybody was doing well. And we were actually coming together. Success brings people together, maybe better than anything else. Success brings people. So many times they say, we're divided. Well, we were very divided under President Obama, very divided. People have no idea how divided. They didn't talk about it as much. They didn't say it as much. But we were really coming together. And I was speaking with Democrats all of a sudden because the success, the markets were at an all-time high. And by the way, take a look at what's happening with the markets. Take a look at your 401ks, which you probably do every hour. Take a look at your stocks. We're very close to breaking the record, and NASDAQ has already done it. NASDAQ has broken the record, I think, 16 times already during a pandemic. Hopefully we'll call it the final phase of a pandemic. Biden the other day said, no, he'd shut it down. He'd listen to some guy say, and he'd shut it down. We just broke a record on jobs, an all-time record. There's never been 3 months where we've put more people to work, over 9 million people. And again, we're just about ready to break the all-time stock market record. I mean, you look at it, we're just about ready to do it again. And what that means is everything else is going to follow. Very smart on Wall Street. Everything else is going to be there. The economy is coming up very rapidly. Our farmers are doing well. Our farmers are doing well because I got China to give them $28 billion because they were targeted by China. I got the farmers $28 billion, 16 and 12. That's why. So in spite of the pandemic, and our farmers did a great job in supplying food and all of the difficulties during this period of time. But we're getting ready to do things like nobody's ever seen before. But the best way to bring unity is success. Success brings unity. And we were there. And then we got hit with the plague. But we won't forget that. I just want to thank the people of North Carolina because, to be honest with you, I felt an obligation to be here. You have a governor who's in a total shutdown mood. I guarantee on November 4th, it'll all open up. It'll be fine, like most other states. On November 4th, you know, these Democrat governors, they love shutdown until after the election's over because they want to make our numbers look as bad as possible for the economy. But our numbers are looking so good. And frankly, I used to say a V, and people would say, well, maybe not. I don't think so. Some would say, no way. We have a super V. You're right. It's now looking like it's a super V. Our automobile numbers are incredible, both used cars and brand new cars. Our manufacturing numbers incredible. We're putting a lot of manufacturing jobs to work that the previous administration said you'd need a magic wand. You'd need a magic wand for manufacturing jobs. I don't think so. I guess we had the magic wand, that's all. But we're putting them, again, we're putting them back. We're bringing them back. But think of your life just prior to the plague coming in. It was the best it's ever been. Your state had the best numbers they've ever had by far. And we had the best employment numbers also. We were up to 160 million jobs. We were never anywhere near that. And then we had to shut it down. We saved millions and millions of lives. We learned the enemy. We learned all about the invisible enemy, how it affects really people that are older, especially older people, the elderly, but older people with problems with heart, with diabetes, with other problems. And we learned, and most of the country is right now doing very, very well. They've done an incredible job. And to have a man sitting on television the other day say, oh, I'd shut it down. Oh, I'd shut it, like it's easy, shut it down. And by the way, when you shut it down, and we did the exact right thing, we shut it down, then we reopened, and that's what we're doing now. We're well into it. But if we didn't shut it down at that point, we would have had millions of people dead, millions of people. You see the numbers. The job that Mike Pence and the task force and all of us together have done has been incredible, what we've done, what we've achieved, whether it's ventilators, whether it's supplying equipment to governors that were totally ill-prepared. Many of the governors were totally ill-prepared. Nobody wants to say that, but it's supposed to work that way, Federalists. It's supposed to work that way. The governors are supposed to do it. Many of them did a fine job, and many of them came back well. But most of them didn't have the equipment that they should have had. Few of them had the ventilators, which are very, very complex machines and hard to make and hard to manufacture and expensive. And we're right now making thousands of ventilators a month, and we're sending them. We have all we can use. Our whole country, every state, we're stocked. We're stocked. And I always say it, I'll say it again. There's never been a person that needed a ventilator that didn't get a ventilator. Every single person that's ever needed a ventilator, with all that you've heard, with how much, you know, they said we didn't have. Again, I took over a country whose military was depleted and whose cupboard on this front were bare. The cupboards were bare. We didn't have anything. We didn't have a thing. We had very, very little. And we did a great job. We haven't been given, and it's not for me, it's for the incredible people, the generals, the admirals, all of the doctors, the nurses, And yet you saw yesterday convalescent plasma, you saw remdesivir. You'll soon see vaccines pouring out years ahead of what they would have been under a more traditional, let's use that term because it's nicer, a more traditional administration where they would have taken years to come up with this stuff. We're coming up with it like nobody's ever seen before. The FDA, Dr. Hanna, I want to thank him. Alex Azar, I want to thank him. They've come with things and done things that have never been done in terms of speed and frankly, in terms of quality. If you look at what we're doing and what we're coming up with, drug companies are coming out with vaccines that are, I've seen some results already. It's going to be very, very soon. They're in stage 3 trials. It's unheard of. We wouldn't be there for 2 years if this were a more normal situation. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. And again, I felt an obligation to come to North Carolina. It's been a place that that's been very good to me. You know, we won a lot of victories here. I haven't been doing this that long, but I won every chance I had in North Carolina. I even stole a great chief of staff, Mark Meadows, right? I stole him from North Carolina. And he left Congress as a very popular guy. Could have been there for a long time if he wanted. And he came in. And by the way, you have a fantastic young gentleman going to take his place. He's a fantastic young guy, and he's going to be a real star in the party. He's going to be a real star in the party. So I just want to thank everybody from North Carolina. And I do want to show a little bit of a difference because another state that's been very good to me is Wisconsin. And Joe Biden was going to have their convention in Milwaukee, and they didn't go there at all. They didn't do this. We did this out of respect for your state. We didn't do this for any other reason other than respect for the state of North Carolina, because we said we wanted to hold our convention in North Carolina. And I think you're going to remember that, frankly, on November 3rd. We wanted to hold our convention in North Carolina. So I did that out of respect. And if you had a governor that would have let us have some people, he actually told me this. We had an arena that holds 19,000 people. It was totally jammed, sold out. Every hotel was full, everything. And I called him. He said, but we have a shutdown going on. And according to the rules and regulation, now this is 19,000. He did say it. I don't think he'll deny it. But he said, according to the rules and regulations, the most people you're allowed to have in that room, meaning that arena, he viewed it as a room, is 10 people. I say, so Governor, so I'm at 19,000, you're at 10. Can we work something in the middle? And it didn't sound too good. So we really had no choice. It was a terrible thing, but I felt so badly because you would have, economic development money, all of the things that happened. But we decided, I was with Ronna, the vice president, everybody, Mark, and we said, let's have our big deal, the roll call. Let's have it right here and let's do it. And I'm going to show up and I'm not going to tell anybody. You know, until a few minutes ago, nobody knew I was coming, right? Nobody knew I was coming. So, but what's more important than the roll call? You're the ones calling it. So what's more important? So, and I have to tell you, you know, we're going to do a lot of things. I'm just going to go over very briefly because we're going to make a speech on Thursday night. I hope you're all going to be listening. I hope, because I came in and I'm on Air Force One, and Air Force One has more televisions than any plane in history. They've got them in closets. They've got them on ceilings, floors. They've got more television. You can't escape a television. And I turned to CNN and they didn't have this. They weren't having it. Can you believe it? They didn't have it. No, CNN didn't have our roll call. And I turned to MSDNC, as I call it. MSDNC, which is truly, it is a branch of the Democrats, right? It's I wouldn't say fully owned corporation, but it's certainly a fully controlled, or they control them. Nobody really knows who's controlling who. But, you know, they had it on television. I remember watching it, and it was interesting. You know, you see the different states, and we say this and we say that. The great state of Alaska, the great state of Alabama, the great state of North Carolina, the great state of all of them. And it's very interesting to me. They had theirs on, but they didn't show it. Instead, they're showing the scam because they're trying to show the post office so that when their whole mail-in thing fizzles, they'll try blaming it on the post office. Okay, so they're showing these hearings that are very boring, actually. And they're not showing this either. They weren't showing this. And Fox had it on, but unfortunately, Fox wasn't showing it too much because they had the announcers talking. I said, I want to hear what they're saying. The delegates, I want to hear what they're saying. So I think we had to switch over to C-SPAN or to OAN or somebody. But I wanted to hear them. But I can promise you, a few things. Number one, we will not be taking the word God out of the Pledge of Allegiance, okay? Like they did a number of times at their caucuses. So they took the word God out. I heard it. I was listening. I said, that's strange. You know, it's sort of weird. You've heard it all your life, right? Under God, under God. All of a sudden, those two words are missing. I said, oh, he must have made a mistake. He must have, maybe the teleprompter wasn't working or his book wasn't working that I have right here. Something wasn't working. Must have made, but the problem was then the next day I heard it again. I said, that's not a mistake. That's pretty, and then they immediately went into a mode. No, we didn't mean that. No. We didn't say it for the convention. We didn't say it. No, that's where they're coming from. That's where they're coming from. You can say it or not say it. That is where they're coming from. Just like with energy, they don't want energy. Not working well in Texas, by the way. I just looked at a poll. And by the way, just came out that we have received 51% in the big and very important Rasmussen poll. And my numbers actually went up during the Democratic National Convention, 51%. So think of it. Think of it. Thank you. I love this state. I like this place. And you're from all over the place, but this has been a good one for me. No, but think of it. So we're at 51% in Rasmussen. Do you read about it? Do you hear about it? You don't hear about it. They give you these suppression polls where they do registered voters instead of most likely. It's supposed to be likely. In other words, how about you? You're likely to vote. But how about you? You're registered, but I'm not voting. But see, under their plan, where they send these ballots, you don't have to want to vote. You get the ballot, and then they have harvesting. They get guys to go, do you want to vote? No, not really, but I have a ballot. All right, good. Who's it for? Sleepy Joe Biden. I'll put it here, son. Okay, could I have it? And they'll take it. In fact, harvesting is illegal in your state. They wanted to put a Republican, fine man, a pastor. They wanted to put him in jail because he harvested. Now they want to make harvesting legal all of a sudden. They'll put him in jail as a Republican, right? If he was a Democrat, they wouldn't even be thinking about it. In California, they do the same thing, no repercussion. In North Carolina, you had a fine pastor, a fine man. They got him on harvesting. They wanted to put him in jail. And now they want to make it all so that everybody can harvest because they know it's not a good thing. So people that don't want to vote are going to be sitting there. They'll be making them, if you talk about 80 million ballots, it's 80 million, could even be higher than that. I used to say 51 million, now it's 80 million. They said, sir, you're a little obsolete with the 51. I said, all right, what is it? 80. I said, 80? How is it possible to think of it? They'll be sending them, they'll be dumping them in neighborhoods. There'll be people are going to be picking them up. They'll be bribing. They'll be paying off people to grab some. This is going to be one of the greatest scams. And it's common sense. This has nothing to do with politics. It's common sense. Anybody, you don't have to know politics. They're going to mail out 80 million ballots. It's impossible. They have no idea. Who's mailing them? Mostly Democrat states and Democrat governors. Well, supposing they don't mail them to Republican neighborhoods, that means they're not going to get them. So they're going to complain and the election's going to be over and then they're going to complain and then they'll say, oh, well, we didn't get it. Big deal. In the meantime, you might lose the election. This is the greatest scam in the history of politics, I think. And I'm talking about beyond our nation. And they act like they're aggrieved. Like by saying this, we're saying such a horrible thing. We're not patriotic by saying this. No, we voted during World War I. We voted at the voting booth during World War II. The pandemic, we're doing very well, and people know how to handle it. Look at the crowds. They're doing very well. It's very safe. It's going to be very safe. If you have an absentee ballot where you request it, we're all in favor of that. Absentee, like in Florida, they have absentee is good. But other than that, they're very, very bad. There'll be millions of ballots. Take a look at New York. Take a look at Virginia. Take a look at New Jersey. All different cases. They just had one last night. Now they're thinking about recalling certain elections that took place with mail-in. And these are small little elections that are locally based, that are easy to run. Not millions, but thousands of ballots. Thousands. Hundreds of ballots. But these are small, and they can't control it. They said 23% of the ballots were defective. What does defective mean? It means fraud. It means a lot of things that we won't get into because I don't want to be accused. You see all the cameras back there? It's the fake news. I don't want to be accused of anything. But what it means is they're trying to steal the election from the Republicans. That's what it means. In a very, very nice way, I will tell you, they are trying to steal the election, just like they did it last time with spying, and we caught them. And that included President Obama. And that included, let's be nice, Biden. This could only happen in North Carolina. But that included them, and they got caught. And then somebody said, well, what are you going to do? Well, we can't attack a president. Oh, I see. If it was me. They said, we can't attack a president. We caught him. We caught him cold. And they say, we can't attack. He was at meetings talking about it. And by the way, this was spying before and after. And I think it's a disgrace to our country. I think we can never let that happen again. But now they're doing something that in a certain way is more dangerous because it's more effective. They spied on my campaign. You know what they found? Nothing. But this is big stuff. This is stealing millions of votes, and it's going to be very hard. Now, we're in courts all over the country, and hopefully we have judges that are going to give it a fair call, because if they give it a fair call, we're going to win this election. The only way they can take this election away from us is if this is a rigged election. We're going to win this election. We're going to win this election. So I'm just saying we cannot have these live, we call them live. Some people call them universal. I like the word live. These live mail-in ballots sent to everybody, including mostly people that never asked for them. Think of it. You're sitting there, you get a ballot. Here's the bottom line. It was just given that in the polls, believe it or not, that because the polls try and treat us right. That's why I respect Rasmussen, because they did well. A few of the others feel the same way, and they did well last time. Those are the ones that I look at, the ones that did well last time. And Rasmussen was very good. But if you look at it, every single vote that they have, every single vote, it's going to be looked at. A man is sitting, or a woman is sitting, waiting for nothing, watching television, has no enthusiasm. Because on enthusiasm, the polls are saying that I'm up by massive numbers, not just a little. I'm also way up on the economy, by the way, put it down, way up. But I'm up by massive, and when I say I'm up, I'm talking about we're up, okay? So if you could, please. But I'm up by massive numbers on enthusiasm. So our voters are saying, I'm very angry about this. I'll go to the poll directly and vote. But their voters are saying, I don't care if Biden gets in. He doesn't have any enthusiasm. When you go to Ohio, when you go to Wisconsin, when you go to North Carolina, when you go to a lot of states, they have the Trump-Pence sign on every lawn. It's all over the place, right? It's all over. We don't see Indiana too. Indiana's great. Bobby Knight. We love Bobby Knight too. I'll tell you, we love Bobby Knight and Coach Oates and all of them. They love us and we love them. Indiana's great. Thank you. But here's the thing. So if they don't have any enthusiasm, so you'd say, are you going to vote? I'm not getting up to vote. Okay, I want to watch television instead of vote. All right. But here's a ballot. It just got to you. And he opens it. Oh, here's a ballot. What the hell am I going to do with this thing? And then they have somebody knocking on your door and they're harvesting. Hey, have you gotten your ballot? Yeah, I have my ballot. You going to sign it? Well, if you want, I'll sign it. That's here it is. Get out of here. That's the most honest way of doing it. And that's unfair. That's unfair. Because now they're taking all of that enthusiasm that our party has. And we have tremendous enthusiasm. I think we have record enthusiasm. We have a base. We have a base the likes of which nobody's seen, including these people. Wall Street Journal did a fantastic story this weekend, a fantastic cover story this weekend on this base. Is an incredible base. Everybody here is going to vote. Everybody in our base. I mean, we have a tremendous base. They don't. They have no enthusiasm for their candidate. Because frankly, Bernie Sanders, they have much more enthusiasm for him. But Bernie Sanders, excuse me, again, he's the greatest loser I've ever seen. This guy can lose and be so happy. Hillary Clinton, I want to use nice language, so I don't want to use a certain word. Starts with the word S-C. I don't want to use it because they'll say he used foul language while in North Carolina. But so I won't do that. But Bernie Sanders got taken advantage of. Is that okay? By Hillary Clinton, but worse, by the Democrats this time. Because of Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren, got out of the campaign one day prior to the Super Tuesday vote. Bernie Sanders would have won every single state because Biden won by a little bit. And she didn't do well, but she took thousands and thousands of votes away in each state. If you add just a percentage of those votes back, that means that Bernie would have won easily the nomination. And I'm glad he didn't because he had much more enthusiasm. Yeah. And he would have had a base, much smaller base than ours, but equally, I have to say this, equally as enthusiastic. This base doesn't like Joe Biden. They don't like Joe Biden. I think we're going to get a lot of votes. We did last time. People were surprised, primarily because of trade, because I know how other countries take advantage of us, and I understand that. And that's something that Bernie Sanders people really feel, because I understand trade. I've done USMCA now. I got rid of NAFTA, the world's worst trade deal. China tariffs. I mean, China had the worst year they've had in 67 years prior to the plague. The worst year they've had in decades and decades. And we had the best year we've ever had. But we took in billions from China. We never took in 10 cents from China. Never took in 10 cents. They took China for 25 years, and not only Obama, for 25 years, China was taking in anywhere between 200 billion with a B and $550 billion from the United States. I give them all the credit, number one, for being smart and outfoxing all of the people that stood here and their representatives. But China, we built China. We helped build. We gave them $300, $400, $500 billion a year. Because before that, and before the World Trade Organization and they getting into it, China was flatlined. It was after that happened. And then they took advantage of us because we didn't have people that were smart enough to see. And by the way, Biden would be the worst of all of them because his son took out $1.5 billion and he gets fees on $1.5 billion, which is millions of dollars a year. Give me a break. China will own our country if this guy gets elected. We can't let it happen. We can't let it happen. So we have a big one coming. And just to finish, enthusiasm. So they take the enthusiasm now out of the equation because they're going to go knock on everybody's door. Here, would you sign this? Yeah, I'll sign it. Nobody knows who the hell is signing it. And they now want to have it where the signature doesn't have to be verified. No, that's right. The signature doesn't have to be verified. And then they're going to play the game that we're not patriotic. What they're doing is using COVID to steal an election. They're using COVID to defraud the American people, all of our people, of a fair and free election. And we can't do that.
All right, so what I'm going to do now, hold on. Oh, great. My PC died. All right, so I apologize for that. So I'm going to get this thing set up again and redo the stream, but my battery went out because I didn't plug it in. So with that, I need a few minutes. So let me check out my new thing I have here, see if it works. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to talk and chew gum at the same time. I can get this thing going. So anyway, so what do you guys feel about the ballot harvesting and the 80 million ballots that are being passed out and gonna be tossed around our city streets, bargained with and traded on the street? What do you guys feel about that? Personally, I don't know how they're going to get away with that. I don't know how the American public is going to sit by and let something like that happen without serious pushback. And that's going to come from the independents. See, the only people that are going to fall for that, are going to go for that, are the people that traditionally are for the most insane policies on the left. And we're talking about anywhere from 25 to 33%, which is a lot of people. But it's these people who are the ones who are going to be for that. Of course, people on the right are not going to be for that. But the more important thing is that the people in the middle are not. And they're going to be the ones that are really going to be turned off by that. So, you know, it's good that President Trump was able to appoint so many judges. In fact, I don't know if you caught that earlier or you mentioned it, but he said in the speech earlier that by the end of his first term, he will have appointed, he and Mitch McConnell, which I have to give much credit to because Mitch McConnell is in beast mode when it comes to that. Anyway, is that 300 appellate court judges are going to be appointed, maybe more. And I just find that remarkable. I find it remarkable because most times presidents don't get that opportunity to put that many judges in. You know, not to mention Supreme Court, which you got 2 of those in. And so one thing we did see recently was with, I forget the actual ruling, but it was in the, I think it was the 9th out there in California, where it was a 2-3 ruling where I forget the actual policy. I forget what it was, but where it ruled in his favor just like last week or 2 weeks ago. And people were wondering how is that possible? Because the 9th appellate court is typically almost always liberal leaning. I mean, almost always. And so, and the way it works is, I think there's like 30 judges that they are on that particular court. And the way it works is, as rulings come up or as cases come up, they basically draw the numbers. They draw 3 names at random, and those are the people that get to rule in that case. So the more people you have, in your pool, the better chance you have of getting a good ruling. And I know President Trump was able to put like 13 people on that court recently. That is just phenomenal. And so that was probably the reason why I think that happened for him. So how I got the thing back up. Let me see if I can get the all right, so I need to go and get the RNC feed up anyway. So give me a second on that. Let me get this back up. I'm gonna do that and I'll be back with you guys. I need to focus on this.
Rescue kids from failing schools by helping their parents send them to a safe school of their choice. We will completely rebuild our depleted military. The countries that we are protecting at a massive cost to us will be asked to pay their fair share. We will take care of our great veterans like they have never been taken care of before.
This guy saved me.
Yeah.
He saved me. Thanks to him, I'm here. To me, he's giving people hope. What he's doing for the poor people, what he's doing for everybody.
We are going to appoint justices of the United States Supreme Court who will uphold our laws and our Constitution.
Why supporting law enforcement is so important for keeping America great.
As long as I'm president, I will never defund your police, that I promise you. It's time to deliver a victory for the American people. We are going to start winning again. It's called Promises Made, Promises Kept.
My name is Amy Ford. I've been a registered nurse for 17 years. I'm from the small town of Williamson, West Virginia, where I've lived my entire life, the daughter of a nurse and a coal miner. Even though I was the youngest of 4 children, I was always somewhat of a caretaker. It came natural for me. So it felt right to follow in my mother's footsteps and become a nurse. And this March, when COVID-19 sent our country into crisis, I knew I had to help any way that I could. I deployed to New York in April and then to San Antonio, Texas, working as a COVID relief nurse in both states. As I contended with the challenges of treating our patients who had their worlds turned upside down, I noticed a positive change in our healthcare system. President Trump recognized the threat this virus presented for all Americans early on and made rapid policy changes. And as a result, telehealth services are now accessible to more than 71 million Americans, including 35 million children. Prior to COVID, telehealth was not covered or reimbursed under Medicare, Medicaid, or CHIP. This left our most vulnerable populations with no other choice but to have an in-person office visit with their physicians, increasing their risk of exposure to COVID-19 exponentially. The expansion of telehealth services has also resulted in the integration of video visits between patients and their families, allowing loved ones to have contact and visualization, as well as a better understanding of care. Telehealth has been essential during this pandemic. I don't want the media taking my personal story and twisting it, so let me be clear. As a healthcare professional, I can tell you without hesitation, Donald Trump's quick action and leadership saved thousands of lives during COVID-19. And the benefits of that response extend far beyond coronavirus. Telehealth will continue to aid many that are just unable to find transportation or a way to the doctor for regular checkups. This is especially true in rural America. I live in a town of about 2,000 people. We do not have buses, trains, trolleys, or Ubers available to us. In addition, the unavailability of services can also hinder treatment for many. So increased access to telehealth for millions of Americans has truly been life-saving, and we have President Trump to thank.
From the very beginning, Democrats, the media, and the World Health Organization got coronavirus wrong. The World Health Organization said, authorities have found no clear evidence of human-to-human transmission.
Overall, most people should not be terribly concerned about it.
Everything's fine here. We do want to say to people, come to Chinatown. Here we are. Come join us.
We don't even think it's going to be as bad as it was in other countries. Go about your lives, go about your business.
One leader took decisive action to save lives. President Donald Trump. Banning travel from China and coronavirus epicenters. Biden charged xenophobia. But President Trump was right, signing the CARES Act, providing immediate relief to American families, workers, and businesses, declaring a national emergency, tapping into $42 billion in existing emergency funding, quickly getting crucial personal protective equipment to the states, signing the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, ensuring that American families and businesses impacted by the virus receive the strong support they need, launching Operation Warp Speed to fast-track a vaccine in record time.
He said everything that I could have hoped for. Promise made, promise kept.
He is ready, willing, and able to help. He has been responsive. He's done a lot of good things. What the federal government did was a phenomenal accomplishment.
In our hour of need, you all literally are helping us in a big way. We were at the edge, and this is life or death stuff, and we're forever thankful for that.
Soon, we will emerge safer, stronger, and greater than ever.
I am Dr. G.E. Ghali, an oral and maxillofacial surgeon and chancellor of a large academic medical and research center in Louisiana. I feel uniquely positioned to share how President Trump's decisive leadership led to a rapid and efficient response to the coronavirus pandemic. I know this as a health professional and as someone who has recovered from COVID himself. The COVID-19 pandemic exploded into our great nation with an intensity unparalleled in history. But our medical investigation and drug development systems were not designed for a pandemic. The devastating effects of the coronavirus demanded immediate changes at the regulatory level. A prompt response led by President Trump cleared away the red tape that usually makes drug approvals a long and drawn-out process. By harnessing the resources of the federal government and the private sector, President Trump's Operation Warp Speed is accelerating the testing, supply, development, and distribution of therapeutics, diagnostics, and very shortly, effective vaccines to counter COVID-19. Let me give you 3 clear examples of how President Trump's leadership removed regulatory barriers so COVID patients could have faster access to effective therapies and diagnostics. First, on February 26, 2 phase 3 clinical trials studying remdesivir were initiated. Just 2 months later, the FDA approved remdesivir for emergency use to treat COVID-19. Normally, this is a 3 to 5 year process. The amazing speed with which this happened in a safe but efficient manner is unheard of. Second, the FDA granted expanded access to COVID-19 convalescent plasma. Within 24 hours of this approval, we were administering convalescent plasma and remdesivir to a critically ill patient, a former Army Ranger and physician. Had it not been for the rapid deployment of these medicines, this patient, who is my colleague and friend, would have surely died. And third, at the end of July, I developed a fever and cough. I reached out to our testing team and received one of the Abbott rapid tests, yet another tool quickly approved by this administration. Within 15 minutes, my test came back positive, and within 4 hours, I was receiving my remdesivir doses, followed by an infusion of convalescent plasma. As a physician, I've seen firsthand how these breakthroughs have saved countless lives. As a patient, I've benefited from the expedited therapies made possible by the swift action of this administration. President Trump truly moved mountains to save lives, and he deserves credit. Thank you, President Trump, for providing timely access to critical diagnostics and therapeutics during this pandemic. Thank you, Mr. President, for your strong leadership in these challenging times.
When the China virus invaded our country, we launched the greatest mobilization of American society since World War II. Patriots of every race, color, and creed rallied together to defeat the invisible enemy and save the lives of their fellow citizens. Today, our hearts overflow with appreciation for the incredible frontline workers who risk their own health and safety to keep America strong and safe. When crisis came, millions of everyday Americans rose to the challenge. In their actions, we see true greatness of the American character. We always find a way to victory. History will remember and celebrate the heroes of 2020 for as long as our great American flag waves over the land that we love. To every frontline worker, I offer the salute of a nation that is forever in your debt. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. These are my friends. These are the incredible workers that helped us so much with the COVID. We can call it many different things, from China virus. I don't want to go through all the names because some people may get insulted, but that's the way it is. These are great, great people, doctors, nurses, firemen, policemen. We want to thank you all. You have been incredible, and we want to thank you and all of the millions of people that you represent. Thank you all very much. Great job. Thank you. Thank you all very much. So tell me a little about your stories. How about we'll start with you?
I'm a postal worker, delivered to the senior community during COVID-19.
Good. And we're taking good care of our postal workers.
Absolutely.
That I can tell you. Believe me, we're not getting rid of our postal workers. You know, they'd like to sort of put that out there. If anyone does, it's the Democrats, not the Republicans. I want to thank you very much and thank everybody in that whole beautiful post office system. We appreciate it. How about you?
I'm a trucker.
Good.
Own a small business in Ohio.
Great.
Hauling steel mostly. You know, some of our customers actually made hospital beds with some of the material.
That's fantastic. Well, congratulations. I love the truckers. You know, they're on my side.
Thank you.
I think all of them, frankly. I think pretty much all of them. How about you?
I'm a custodian at the post office as well.
What do you do exactly?
Clean up everybody's mess and everybody's germs and all that.
Can I tell you that world, that profession will never be out of business. You know
Yeah,
that,
for
right?
sure.
Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. And how about you?
I'm a registered nurse, President Trump. I work at a New Jersey hospital. It's called Virtual Willingboro Hospital.
Right.
I also represent an organization of professional nurses. It's called the National Association of Catholic Nurses.
Very good.
But I want to tell you, sir, as a nursing supervisor, I am so in awe of your leadership. Honestly, I know many people have said often interesting things, but it takes a true leader to be able to ignore all that stuff and do what is right and not be offended by all the words being said. And you really do show that positive spirit to us. And as nurses, I appreciate that. But just as an individual, I'm grateful for that.
Well, I'm for the nurses. I'm for the doctors. I'm for everybody. We just have to make this China virus go away, and it's happening. Please go ahead.
I'm also a nurse. I represent Genesis Healthcare, which is a skilled nursing facility
sure.
company. I want to thank you and your administration for all the supplies and support and
Right.
funding that you've given the skilled nursing units. Without that, we couldn't do as well as we have done. I spent some time in New Jersey. I live in West Virginia, went to New Jersey and did some work there. And we finally started to see things change and turn around.
I appreciate what you said, because we have delivered billions of dollars of equipment that governors were supposed to give, and in many cases, they didn't get. So the federal government had to help them, and all of the people that did this incredible work, they never got credit for it. But you understand where it came from. Thank you very much. Thank you both. It's really nice. Please, go ahead.
I'm a police officer in Englewood, Colorado, and I contracted COVID in late March and recovered.
That means we don't have to be afraid of you at all, right?
I'm good to
Once you're recovered, you know, we have the whole thing with plasma happening. That means your blood is very valuable. You know that, right? Thank you very much. Great. Please.
I'm a detention deputy at the Kern County Sheriff's Department out in California.
Great.
And I also contracted COVID into March and recovered from that also.
How long was your problem?
I was sick about 10 days, really bad. I got everything besides a cough, but recovered. I was off work for a month and a half, and I work in our local county jails.
Did they do anything specifically to help you recover?
They gave me Z-Packs medication, cough syrup.
Okay. And I won't even ask you about the hydroxychloroquine because it's a shame what they've done to that one. But I took it. I took the Z-Pack also, and zinc. I want to thank you all very much. It's an honor to have you in the White House. You're fantastic people, and the people you represent an incredible group of people, and we love you all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good evening. I'm Congressman Jim Jordan, representing the 4th District of Ohio. The Republican Party is the pro-America party. President Trump is the pro-America candidate. This election is about who can preserve the values, principles, and institutions that make America great. Don't believe me? Look at what's happening in American cities. Cities all run by Democrats. Crime, violence, and mob rule. Democrats refuse to denounce the mob, And their response to the chaos? Defund the police, defund Border Patrol, and defund our military. And while they're doing all this, they're also trying to take away your guns. Look at the positions they've taken in the past few months. Democrats won't let you go to church, but they'll let you protest. Democrats won't let you go to work, but they'll let you riot. Democrats won't let you go to school, but they'll let you go loot. President Trump has fought against each of their crazy ideas. He's taken on the swamp, all of the swamp, the Democrats, the press, and the never-Trumpers. And when you take on the swamp fights back. They tried the Russia hoax, the Mueller investigation, and the fake impeachment. But in spite of this unbelievable opposition, this president has done what he said he would do. Taxes cut, regulations reduced, economy growing, lowest unemployment in 50 years, out of the Iran deal, embassy in Jerusalem, hostages home from North Korea, a new USMCA agreement, and of course, he's building the wall and rebuilding our economy as we speak. I love the president's intensity and his willingness to fight every day in Washington for our families. But what I also appreciate about the president is something most Americans never get to see, how much he truly cares about people. Our family has seen it. 2 years ago, our nephew Eli was killed in a car accident. He lived a mile up the road from us, grew up wrestling and training with our boys, was a high school state champion, varsity athlete for the University of Wisconsin. It was a Saturday morning, 3 days after the accident. I walked to the car to head up to Eli's parents' home when the president called. We talked about a few issues, and then he asked how the family was doing. I said, "They're doing okay, Mr. President, but it's tough." The president said, "Yeah, losing a loved one is always difficult, and it's really tough when they're so young." I then said, "Mr. President, I'm actually walking into their house right now. Obviously, they don't know that I'm talking to you, but if you'd be willing to say hello to Eli's dad, you'd make a terrible day a little less terrible." "What's his name?" the president asked. I walked through the door and said, "Todd, the president wants to talk to you." For the next 5 minutes, family and friends sat in complete silence as the president of the United States took time to talk to a dad who was hurting. That's the president I've gotten to know the last 4 years. The president who shared private moments like this with soldiers, victims of violent crime, and people who've had businesses destroyed by the mob. That's the individual who's made America great again, and who knows America's best days are still in front of us. And that's why I'm busting my tail to help him get reelected. I'm asking you to do the same. Thank you, and God bless our country.
I'm not an actor, a singer, or a politician. I'm Herschel Walker. Most of you know me as a football player, but I'm also a father, a man of faith, and a very good judge of character. I've known Donald Trump for 37 years. And I don't mean just casual ran into him from time to time. I'm talking about a deep personal friendship. I watched him as an owner of a professional football team. Right after he bought the team, he set out to learn. He learned about the history of the team, the players, the coaches, every detail. Then he used what he learned to make the team better. I watched him in the boardroom. He can be in the middle of a big meeting, but if one of the kids was on the phone, he dropped everything to take the call. He taught me that the family should be your top priority. I watched him treat janitors, security guards, and waiters the same way he would treat a VIP. He made them feel special because he knew they were. He understands that they are the people who make this country run. They clean, they cook, they build, they drive, they deliver. He told me, "Herschel, make an effort to get to know people. Remember their names." That stuck with me. One time, I planned to take his kids to Disney World with my family. At the last minute, Donald said he'd like to join us. So there he was, in a business suit, on It's a Small World ride. That was something to see. It just shows you what a caring, loving father he is. It hurt my soul to hear the terrible names that people call Donald. The worst one is racist. I take it as a personal insult that people would think I've had a 37-year friendship with a racist. People who think that don't know what they're talking about. Growing up in the Deep South, I've seen racism up close. I know what it is, and it isn't Donald Trump. Just because someone loves and respects the flag, our national anthem, and our country, doesn't mean they don't care about social justice. I care about all those things. So does Donald Trump. He shows how much he cares about social justice in the Black community through his actions. and his action speaks louder than stickers or slogans on a jersey. He keeps right on fighting to improve the lives of Black Americans and all Americans. He worked night and day. He never stops. He leaves nothing on the field. Some people don't like his style, the way he knocks down obstacles that get in the way of his goals. People on the opposing team didn't like when I ran over them either, but that's how you get the job done. I pray every night that God gives him more time. Give him 4 more years. He has accomplished so much almost all by himself on a constant attack, but there's still more work to be done. If you love America and want to make it better, Donald Trump is your president. He's my president, and I'm blessed to call him friend.
Good evening. I'm Natalie Harp, a formerly forgotten American from California. In the classic Jimmy Stewart film, It's a Wonderful Life, George Bailey is given a great gift, the chance to see what the world would be like without him. Tonight, Mr. President, we'd like to give you that same gift, because without you, we'd all be living in Pottersville, sold out to a crooked Mr., or I should say, a crooked Mrs. Potter, with no hope of escape except death itself. I should know, because I wouldn't be alive today if it wasn't for you. About 5 years ago, I was the victim of a notoriously deadly medical error. I survived, but only to be diagnosed with a rare and terminal bone cancer. You know, the Democrats love to talk about healthcare being a human right. But a right to what? Well, I'll tell you. To them, it's a right to marijuana, opioids, and the right to die with dignity, a politically correct way of saying assisted suicide. I was told I was a burden to my family and to my country, and that by choosing to die early, I'd actually be saving the lives of others by preserving resources for them, rather than wasting them on a lost cause like myself. And when I failed the chemotherapies that were on the market, no one wanted me in their clinical trials. I'd make them look bad. They didn't give me the right to try experimental treatments, Mr. President. You did. And without you, I'd have died waiting for them to be approved. Now with the coronavirus, everyone knows what that feels like to be waiting for a cure. But we've only been waiting a few months. Just imagine what 2020 would have looked like, fighting for your life without Donald Trump fighting for it too. In January, there would have been no China travel ban. Millions would have died. Millions more would have been infected, for there'd be no record levels of testing, no right to try treatments, no fast track for a vaccine, nor Operation Warp Speed ready to deliver it. And without Donald Trump as our patient advocate for the past 4 years, well, the opioid epidemic would have stolen even more lives from even more families. Kidney patients would have no future except dying on wait lists, for there'd be no initiative to increase donations. There'd still be no accountability at the VA, and our brave veterans would still be suffering long wait times with no choice nor access to faster care. Insulin and other drug prices would have continued to rise, while a record number of generic drugs would still be stuck in the pipeline. There'd be no price transparency. We wouldn't have health plans up to 60% cheaper than Obamacare, and we'd still be stuck with that infamous individual mandate. And God forbid what the next 4 years would look like. For in Joe Biden's America, China would control our drug production. We'd be one step closer to government-run healthcare. We wouldn't just be unable to keep our doctors, we'd be lucky if we could see any doctor. And even then, some of us would be denied care. For in socialized medicine, you don't beat the odds, you become the odds. And I would lose my right to try, just like Charlie Gard, that terminally ill British baby whose government-run healthcare system decided it was too expensive and too cruel to keep him alive. You see, Mr. President, you've done so much more than your promises made and promises kept. For numbers only tell part of the story. We are the rest of it. Facts with faces of Americans who would still be forgotten if you and our favorite First Lady hadn't given up your own wonderful life so we could have the chance at one. George Bailey's father was right. All you can take with you is that which you've given away. And Mr. President, that makes you the richest man in the world, for you have used your strength to make America strong again. Sacrificed the life you built to make America proud again. And you risked everything to make America safe again. It's a wonderful life. You made America great again. And on November 3rd, we are going to keep America great.
Hello, America. My name is Vernon Jones, and I'm a state representative from the great state of Georgia. As you can see, I'm a man of color, and I'm a lifelong Democrat, too. You may be wondering, why is a lifelong Democrat speaking at the Republican National Convention? And that's a fair question, and here's your answer. The Democratic Party does not want Black people to leave their mental plantation. We've been forced to be there for decades and generations. But I have news for Joe Biden. We are free. We are free people with free minds. And I'm part of a large and growing segment of the Black community who are independent thinkers, and we believe that Donald Trump is the president that America needs to lead us forward. This is no time for sleeping in the basement. Joe Biden has had 47 years to produce results, but he's been all talk and no action, just like so many of the Democrats who've been making promises to the Black voters for decades. We've been their captive audience. When President Trump sought to earn the Black vote, the Democratic Party leaders went crazy. Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer literally started wearing kente cloths around the U.S. Capitol, as if pandering were enough to keep us satisfied. Let me tell you why I'm supporting our president. I grew up in the South, in Laurel Hill, North Carolina, Scotland County, the Green Pond community to be exact. My parents, Robin and Rufus Jones, built with their own hands a 4-room cinder block home with no indoor plumbing. They had very limited education, but they instilled in us a strong work ethic that drove me from those tobacco fields of North Carolina to those hallowed halls of the Georgia General Assembly. My parents taught me if I believed in God, worked hard, and treated every person fairly, there was no limit to what we could achieve. I attended North Carolina Central University, an historical Black college. For generations, HBCUs have been the incubators that develop Black scholars in math and science and religion, engineering, and politics. They have been important springboards for the Black success. But Democrats haven't treated them that way. When President Trump took office, he changed everything. He delivered historic funding to HBCUs, and he guaranteed it for 10 years, something that's never happened in the history of this country. That gave our HBCUs stability, the chance to grow, and produce the next generation of Black leaders. That's right, Donald Trump did that. He's also supported school choice to ensure that no child, no matter their race or zip code, is left behind. Every child should have access to a quality education. But education is just the beginning. The president also built the most inclusive economy ever, with record low unemployment for African Americans and record high participation in the workforce. He put opportunity zones in the Trump tax bill that would drive investment into our communities for decades to come. He put the interests of American workers, and especially Black workers, first. That's right, Donald Trump did that. He delivered historic criminal justice reform. He ended once and for all the policy of incarceration of Black people, which has decimated our communities, caused by no other than Joe Biden. Democrats wouldn't do it. Obama didn't want to do it. And Joe Biden and Kamala Harris definitely wouldn't do it. But Donald Trump did it. He's also working every day to make our communities safer. As a former executive of DeKalb County, Georgia, I directed one of the largest public safety departments in the Southeast. I've seen tragic shootings on both sides, officers killing citizens and citizens killing officers in the line of duty. Police officers are our fellow citizens. They live in our country. They have families too. They live in our communities. Unfortunately, Democrats have turned their backs on our brave police officers. They call it defunding, and it's a danger to our cities, our neighborhoods, and our children. Isn't it ironic that Democrat politicians have personal security to protect them? So why don't they forego their security and replace them with social workers, especially since that's what they want for you and me? Our police need more funding, not less, for frequent psychological examinations, for non-lethal remote restraint technology, and for more de-escalation and use of force training. These are the common sense solutions that President Trump supports: true, sincere police reform. That's right, Donald Trump did that too. Education, jobs, safety, security, on issue after issue. And in just a single term, he destroyed these negative forces that have victimized the Black community for decades. He gave us the opportunity to rise. Now, you know, when I made the public announcement of my support for President Trump, all hell broke loose. I was threatened, called an embarrassment, and asked to resign by my own party. Unfortunately, that's consistent with the Democratic Party and how they view independent thinking Black men and women. But I'm here to tell you that Black voices are becoming more woke and louder than ever. The Democratic Party has become infected with a pandemic of intolerance, bigotry, socialism, anti-law enforcement bias, and a dangerous tolerance for people who attack others, destroy their property, and terrorize our own communities. That's what this election is all about. And that's why right now, more than ever before, America needs Donald Trump in the Oval Office for another 4 years. God bless you, and vote Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
In 2018, a gunman walked into Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, and changed my life forever. My name is Andrew Pollack. His name isn't worth saying. One of the seniors walking in the hallways that day was my beautiful daughter, Meadow. She was just months away from graduating and beginning a new life. We were so proud of the woman she had become. But in the hallway on that third floor, the gunman saw Meadow and shot her down the hallway, hitting her 4 times. After she was shot and on the floor, she crawled over to another student, a freshman girl, to protect her. She draped her body over her, and then the scumbag gunman shot my daughter at point-blank range 5 more times, killing Meadow and the girl she was shielding. She had a whole life ahead of her, and in that life, she could have done anything and been anything. So many moments that I waited so long for were taken from me. I didn't get to drop her off at college. I didn't get to walk her down the aisle. But every moment was taken from her, and for what? I never wanted this to become a political spectacle, but it did. I never wanted to meet the president like this, but I did. I was invited to the White House. The truth is, I had just buried my daughter that week. I really wasn't interested in public events like a tour or a photo op. I was interested in answers and solutions. So if the president wanted to meet me personally, I said I'd go. They said, of course, that was his plan. At the White House, my family and I sat with the president in the Oval Office and told him about Meadow. I told him what we knew. I told him that his administration needed to take a closer look at what went wrong and why. And I got to see who President Trump really is. He's a good man and a great listener, and he cuts through the BS. Then the president did what he said he would do. He took action. He formed a school safety commission that issued dozens of recommendations to make schools safer. But I'll bet you never heard about that. Instead, the media turned my daughter's murder into a coordinated attack on President Trump, Republicans, and our Second Amendment. In fact, when President Trump asked me and other parents of children that were murdered in school shootings to join him as he announced the commission's findings, the media's first question wasn't about protecting kids. Shockingly, they asked about the government shutdown. President Trump turned to me appalled and said, "Andy, can you believe these people? We're trying to talk about school safety, and this is what they do." But I could believe it. After my daughter's murder, the media didn't seem interested in the facts, so I found them myself. I learned that gun control laws didn't fail my daughter. People did. The gunman had threatened to kill his classmates before. He had threatened to rape them. He had threatened to shoot up the school. Every red flag you could imagine. But the school didn't just miss these red flags. They knowingly ignored them. Far-left Democrats in our school district made this shooting possible because they implemented something they called restorative justice. This policy, which really just blames teachers for students' failures, puts kids and teachers at risk and makes shootings more likely. But it was billed as a pioneering approach to discipline and safety. I was just fine with the old approach to discipline and safety. It was called discipline and safety. But the Obama-Biden administration took Parkland's bad policies and forced them into schools across America. When President Trump rescinded Obama's guidance on restorative justice policies, he put an end to that. And that meant the world to me. It's hard to tell how much Mr. Biden understands about what happened at Parkland. Mr. Biden has campaigned on bringing back restorative justice as part of his unity platform with Bernie Sanders and has pledged to implement it in school districts across America. But he doesn't even seem to know when the shooting happened. He said that he was vice president when it happened, but he wasn't. Mr. Biden may not know when my daughter was murdered, but I do. February 14, 2018. Mr. Biden may not know that these policies make shootings more likely, but I do. Mr. Biden may not know who was vice president that day, but I do. It wasn't Joe Biden. It was Mike Pence. Thank God. And I know who the president was, too. It wasn't Barack Obama. It was President Donald J. Trump, and he took action. I truly believe the safety of our kids depends on whether this man is reelected. I hope you'll join me in helping to make that happen. Mr. President, myself and millions of Americans appreciate you and love you. God bless America, and God bless our president, Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
A curfew now in effect for the city of St. Louis.
Protests in St. Louis turned violent.
Mark McCloskey says he and his family have been threatened with violence.
Under Missouri law, you have a right to defend your home and the lives of your family.
A search warrant has been executed at the home of Mark and Patricia McCloskey.
The husband and wife attorneys charged with pointing guns at protesters.
They were simply trying to protect their home.
Good evening, America. We are Mark and Patty McCloskey. We're speaking to you tonight from St. Louis, Missouri, where just weeks ago you may have seen us defending our home as a mob of protesters descended on our neighborhood.
America is such a great country that not only do you have the right to own a gun and use it to defend yourself, but thousands of Americans will offer you free advice on how to use it. At least that's what we experienced. What you saw happen to us could just as easily happen to any of you who are watching from quiet neighborhoods. around our country. And that's what we want to speak to you about tonight.
That's exactly right. Whether it's the defunding of police, ending cash bail so criminals can be released back out on the streets the same day to riot again, or encouraging anarchy and chaos on our streets, it seems as if the Democrats no longer view the government's job as protecting honest citizens from criminals, but rather protecting criminals from honest citizens. Not a single person in the out-of-control mob you saw at our house was charged with a crime. But you know who was? We were. They've actually charged us with felonies for daring to defend our home. On top of that, consider this. The Marxist liberal activist leading the mob to our neighborhood stood outside our home with a bullhorn screaming, "You can't stop the revolution." Just weeks later, that same Marxist activist won the Democrat nomination to hold a seat in the U.S. House of Representatives. In the city of St. Louis, that's the same as winning the general election. That Marxist revolutionary is now going to be the Congresswoman from the 1st District of Missouri. These radicals are not content with marching in the streets. They want to walk the halls of Congress. They want to take over. They want power. This is Joe Biden's party. These are the people who will be in charge of your future and the future of your children.
They're not satisfied with spreading the chaos and violence into our communities. They want to abolish the suburbs altogether by ending single-family home zoning. This forced rezoning would bring crime, lawlessness, and low-quality apartments into now thriving suburban neighborhoods. President Trump smartly ended this government overreach, but Joe Biden wants to bring it back. These are the policies that are coming to a neighborhood near you. So make no mistake, no matter where you live, your family will not be safe in the radical Democrats' America.
At this moment in history, if you stand up for yourself and for the values our country was founded on, the mob, spurred on by their allies in the media, will try to destroy you. You've seen us on your TV screens and Twitter feeds. You know that we're not the kind of people who back down. Thankfully, neither is Donald Trump. President Trump will defend the God-given right of every American to protect their homes and their families. But more than that, Trump's vision for America is a country where you have an opportunity to work hard and build the life you dream of with a job you love, with your children being educated in great schools, in a community where your family can play in the backyard without fear, worship in a church without shame, and express your beliefs without retribution. Trump brought us the greatest economy our country had ever seen. The Democrats have brought us nothing but destruction.
When we don't have basic safety and security in our communities, we'll never be free to build a brighter future for ourselves, for our children, or for our country. That's what's at stake in this election, and that's why we must re-elect Donald Trump. God bless you. God bless the president.
And God bless these United States.
Good evening, America. I'm Kimberly Guilfoyle. I speak to you tonight as a mother, a former prosecutor, a Latina, and a proud American. And yes, a proud supporter of President Donald J. Trump. Why? Because he is the president who delivers for America. He built the greatest economy the world has ever known for the strivers, the working class and middle class. As commander-in-chief, he always puts America first. President Trump is the law and order president. Now, presidential leadership is not guaranteed. It is a choice. Biden, Harris, and the rest of the socialists will fundamentally change this nation. They want open borders, closed schools, dangerous amnesty, and will selfishly send your jobs back to China while they get rich. They will defund, dismantle, and destroy America's law enforcement. When you are in trouble and need police, don't count on the Democrats. As a first-generation American,
I know how dangerous their socialist agenda is. My mother, Mercedes, was a special education teacher from Aguadilla, Puerto Rico. My father, also an immigrant, came to this nation in pursuit of the American dream. Now I consider it my duty to fight to protect that dream. Rioters must not be allowed to destroy our cities. Human sex drug traffickers should not be allowed to cross our border. The same socialist policies which destroyed places like Cuba and Venezuela must not take root in our cities and our schools. If you want to see the socialist Biden-Harris future for our country, just take a look at California. It is a place of immense wealth, immeasurable innovation, and immaculate environment. And the Democrats turned it into a land of discarded heroin needles in parks, riots in streets, and blackouts in homes. In President Trump's America, we light things up. We don't dim them down. We build things up. We don't burn them down. We kneel in prayer and we stand for our flag. This election is a battle for the soul of America. Your choice is clear. Do you support the cancel culture, the cosmopolitan elites of Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and Joe Biden, who blame America first? Do you think America is to blame? Or do you believe in American greatness? Believe in yourself, in President Trump, in individual and personal responsibility. They want to destroy this country and everything that we have fought for and hold dear. They want to steal your liberty, your freedom. They want to control what you see and think and believe so that they can control how you live. They want to enslave you to the weak, dependent, liberal victim ideology to the point that you will not recognize this country or yourself. From the beginning, when President Trump spoke about making America great again, he was speaking about that shining city on a hill and restoring the beacon of light that once shined so bright. His promise was to put America first, and he has. When President Trump cut middle-class taxes, putting tens of thousands of dollars back in the pockets of working-class Americans, that beacon began to flicker once again. When President Trump commanded the defeat of ISIS, took out al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, and paved the way for peace in the Middle East, that beacon started to glow. When he negotiated historic trade deals with Canada, Mexico, Japan, and China, bringing back thousands of manufacturing jobs to America, that beacon shined bright once again for the world to see. America, it's all on the line. President Trump believes in you. He emancipates and lifts you up to live your American dream. You are capable. You are qualified, you are powerful, and you have the ability to choose your life and determine your destiny. Don't let the Democrats take you for granted. Don't let them step on you. Don't let them destroy your families, your lives, and your future. Don't let them kill future generations because they told you and brainwashed you and fed you lies that you weren't good enough. Like my parents, you can achieve your American dream. You can be that shining example to the world. Manifest and be the change in this country that you dream, that you hope, that you believe in. Stand for an American president who is fearless, who believes in you, and who loves this country and will fight for her. President Trump is the leader who will rebuild the promise of America and ensure that every citizen can realize their American dream. Ladies and gentlemen, leaders and fighters for freedom and liberty and the American dream, the best is yet to come.
I'm Congressman Steve Scalise. We're facing some tough challenges in America. This isn't the first time we've been here. I've worked closely with Donald Trump over the last few years, and if there's one constant theme to how he approaches problems, it's how much he cares about the hardworking people that Washington left behind. I've seen this firsthand. After I was shot on a baseball field by a leftist gunman, first responders rushed me to a hospital where I battled for my life. That same night, Donald Trump came to the hospital along with First Lady Melania Trump. They consoled my wife, Jennifer. They were there for my family in my darkest hours. Donald Trump would call to check on me throughout the following weeks just to see how I was doing. That's the kind of person he is. That's the side of Donald Trump that the media will never show you. Look, there's a lot at stake. This is an election between a party that wants to burn down the foundations of our country to the ground and a party that wants to rebuild and protect our great nation. The left wants to defund the police. This is personal to me. I wouldn't be here without the bravery and heroism of the men and women in law enforcement who saved my life. President Trump stands with those brave men and women. Joe Biden has embraced the left's insane mission to defund them. There won't be an America to leave to our children and grandchildren without those brave law enforcement officers and first responders. Joe Biden's made a career in Washington for 47 years, promising things he's never delivered. In just 3 short years, President Trump has delivered huge wins for American families. While Joe Biden made hollow promises when he chaired the Senate Judiciary Committee, Donald Trump took action and delivered criminal justice reform. Joe Biden claims to care about the working man, but millions of good manufacturing jobs were shipped overseas during the Obama-Biden years to countries like China. Donald Trump brought those jobs back. I've seen how deeply President Trump cares about rebuilding our evaporating middle class. President Trump pledged to give the forgotten men and women of America a real shot at the American dream. And again, he delivered. The lowest unemployment rate in over 50 years, women creating small businesses at record pace, wages rising, the fastest, by the way, for lowest income levels. What can Joe Biden say to that? What has Joe Biden done in his 47 years in Washington that can compare to that? President Trump has delivered for the hardworking people of this great nation. It's going to take that kind of bold leadership to get us out of this COVID crisis. After President Trump saved lives by shutting down flights from China and Europe, he's now focusing the full weight of the government on a revolutionary plan to cure this virus by cutting red tape and empowering scientists to create a vaccine. This is visionary leadership in action at a time when we can't afford another 47 years of hollow promises. America's been through tough times before. Who better to lead us out of these times than the president who already built the strongest economy our country has ever seen? Donald Trump did it before. Donald Trump will deliver for us again. God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
I'm Sean Parnell, and it is an honor to be here. In 2006, the Army sent me to Afghanistan as a young platoon leader, placed in command of Americans from every corner of our planet. Our platoon reflected the diversity of our nation, every race, creed, and religion. Despite those differences, we were bound together as brothers from the same American family. On June 10, 2006, our platoon was attacked just after dawn. Outnumbered 10-1, we endured mortar and machine gun fire as hundreds of Taliban charged us from 3 sides. We had 24 men that day. Wave after wave of Taliban advanced up the hill. I was wounded 3 times in the fighting. Nearly all of my platoon was wounded within the first minute, but the enemy kept coming. We fought to our last rounds of ammunition, and when it was over, we held the hill. In the face of death, I saw ordinary Americans become heroes. In our darkest hour, when our survival depended on each other, my men and I learned an important lesson. We all bleed red. Our differences did not define us. United, we were unbeatable. After 485 days of combat, I came home eager to enjoy the freedoms I risked my life to defend. But I watched with alarm as the party of my grandfather, a lifelong Union Democrat, turned against the very people it professed to represent. I watched as Joe Biden spit venom at an auto worker who dared to question Joe's intent to dismantle the Second Amendment and take your guns. Where Democrats once stood for hard-working, law-abiding Americans who displayed our flag with pride, this new Democrat Party considers these people uneducated racists clinging to guns and Bibles. The party of Harry Truman became the party of hedge fund managers, Hollywood celebrities, tech moguls, and university professors, all bloated with contempt for middle America. I look across the aisle and I do not see a party that wants you to pursue your dreams. I see a Democrat Party that wants to dictate what those dreams are. I don't see a party that wants you to be free. I see a party that wants to chain you to conformity and will destroy anyone they deem a heretic. I swore an oath to defend my country and its Constitution. President Trump has sworn to do the same. That's why he's advanced freedom, despite savage political attacks, to overcome the agenda of the radical left. President Trump has unleashed the economic might of this nation like no other president in our history. He triggered the rising tide of working families, brought us energy independence, reclaimed jobs from overseas that, Democrats said would never return. He has fiercely defended the besieged First and Second Amendments. That is just a start. With 4 more years, imagine what we can achieve by simply working with our president. I believe in our president's vision for the future. I stand here tonight calling on all Americans to join us. It doesn't matter what you look like, who you love, how you worship your gender or your job. If you're a traditional Democrat who's become disillusioned with how radical your party has become, then stand with us. You are most welcome. America needs all her patriots to rush to her defense. My fellow Americans, I promise you this. In our tent, you are free. Free to speak the truth, choose your journey, define your life. You have the power to go as far as you aim, then aim higher and keep going, because that is what Americans do. We are idealists and dreamers, lovers of adventure. We're rugged and independent. We don't make excuses. We make the impossible a reality. Think about it. In a century, we went from ground-bound dreamers gazing to the stars to doers who created the means to reach them. This is not the time to stand on the sidelines. If you love our country as we do, as our president does, join the chorus of patriot voices that will preserve this exceptional union. Mr. President, lead the way. Millions in our American family believe in this path to destiny. Guide us to that horizon. Thank you, and may God bless the United States of America.
We come together to imagine a future determined by the shining light of our hopes and values and faith. A country where we are judged by our character with dignity and respect for all. The belief that all are created equal, that lives matter irrespective of race, creed, or color. Committed to excelling beyond our dreams. 4 years ago, we faced an historic crossroad. Career politicians promising change every election, but delivering emptiness. We chose a different path. A man who is not a politician, a man who cares, a man who works tirelessly for you. Still, politicians spun their deceptions and obstructed progress, fanning the flames of lawlessness. We all know that it is easy to criticize. It takes a true leader to solve problems. COVID-19, while others criticize without solutions. President Trump's swift action saved lives. And as leading Democrats want to keep businesses closed down, our president is leading the way for a full economic recovery. We are America, we as Americans work together to overcome challenges, write our own stories. America, land of promise, land of opportunity, land of heroes, land of greatness. I thought I had been forgotten. I nearly gave up hope.
I was so afraid.
I believed I would die here.
American hostages, forgotten and wasting away in far-off prisons, wrongfully detained by foreign governments. Americans were beaten, abused, starved, and left for dead. Until President Donald Trump stepped in.
The 3 American hostages finally back on U.S. soil after being held captive in North Korea.
We're following some breaking news in Turkey, where an American pastor, Andrew Brunson, has been released.
An American jailed in Egypt is back in the U.S. this morning after an intervention by the Trump administration.
A tough and skilled negotiator, President Trump successfully won the release of detainees and prisoners, among the most of any president in American history. While families waited in despair for news of their loved ones, President Trump provided a new spark of hope by bringing our hostages home.
We have Danny Birch back home where he should be. He was in Yemen in a very horrible situation. Yesterday, the United States government secured the release of Caitlin Coleman, Joshua Boyle, and their 3 children. Today, we are bringing home another American citizen. We just had news that Turkey released a prisoner that we were trying to get to the United States.
Under this administration, America has not and will not turn its back on our people. President Trump will bring them home.
Diplomacy, negotiation skills, perseverance, faith, the ingredients of hope when there is no hope. No American should ever be left behind. Priority, freeing American hostages.
We have 6 incredible people who were held hostage by various countries, and I'm very pleased to let everybody know that we brought back over 50 hostages from 22 different countries. We worked very hard on it, Ambassador O'Brien and others, and I will tell you, we're very proud of the job we did. But I'd like to ask maybe Pastor Brunson to say a few words so we can go through and just give us a little history of what happened and how is life treating you?
I was held in Turkey for 2 years, and you took unprecedented steps, actually, to secure my release, and your administration really fought for me. And I think if you hadn't done that, I may still be in Turkey. So I'm very grateful.
28 years, right? They had you there they had you scheduled for a long time, Andrew.
Yes.
We had to get you back. And I have to say that, to me, President Erdogan was very good. And I know they had you scheduled for a long time, and you were a very innocent person. And he ultimately, after we had a few conversations, he agreed. So we appreciate that, and we appreciate the people of Turkey, and you still appreciate the people of Turkey, I understand, right?
We love the Turkish people.
That's great. It's great to have you back, Andrew. Thank you. Please.
Mr. President, thank you for having me.
Thank
My
you.
name is Sam Goodwin. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I was held in Syria for 63 days, and I think I speak for my fellow former hostages and detainees here when I say I'm as grateful as I've ever been for anything to be home safely. And thank you for the invitation and opportunity to be here. Particularly, Ambassador O'Brien was incredibly supportive and helpful to my family, and can't say enough nice things about him. Thank you for promoting him.
Good.
And just really happy to be here, so thank you.
We got you back.
You got me back, yeah.
We got you all back, and we have some more that we're working on right now to get back that we better do. Please, go ahead.
My name is Michael White, Mr. President. I do, once again, it's an honor to be here, honor to meet you in person. Basically, what had happened with me is I traveled over to the country of Iran. It turned out it was a major trap, and I was apprehended there. I went through a lot in their injustice system, in the Iranian justice system. Iran is an oppressive, extortionist, terrorist regime. You know what I'm talking about. But what you did, sir, is you were able to get me out of that prison in record time. It was amazing.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you,
Really
friend. The
appreciate
honor's
it.
all mine.
Please.
Yeah, my name's Josh Holt. This is my wife, Tammy.
Yes.
We were held hostage in Venezuela for 2 years.
I know very well.
And you helped us get out. Senator Hatch worked with you very well on that as well. And it was a great honor to be able to meet you right when we got back. And I remember a lot of people asking me, what was it like meeting President Trump? And I just say I was blown away. I just got released after 2 years. Then I'm shaking the hand of the president in the Oval Office. So I don't really remember a whole lot of it. So it's nice to meet you again. And it's been great. It's been great to be back, helping people through situations that they've gone through. And now we have started our family.
Well, the great people of Utah really wanted me to do something about the two of you, and we were able to do it. And a little bit of a miracle, I think, frankly.
It was.
Because it was a very hostile period. And we appreciate everybody working so hard with us, but we were able to get you both back. And are you living in Utah now, I hope?
We're still living in Utah.
That's good. We'll say hello to the folks in Utah because they're great people. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Please.
I'm Brian Aaron. Spent an unexpected trip there in India. I was not going to India. I was going through India to Nepal, where I've been working for the last 18 years. But on behalf of my family and myself, thank you, President Trump, for getting us out and getting us home. The darkest moment of our whole time together, your letter to my wife came, and it really gave her the hope and the peace. And from that time forward, as more people got involved, especially the ambassador there in India, things became more peaceful, and the hope was there for the last 4 months that we really would get to come home, because they had planned on keeping me for 3 to 5 years. The original charge thing was 3 to 5 years,
Right.
and that was cleared, and then they came up with new charges to do a 7-year term.
Well, India responded very well to my request.
Good.
So we appreciate that.
And I appreciate everything y'all did.
Thank you all for being with us. We have a few more people we want to get back, and we will get them back, and they'll be back very soon. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Great stories.
Hello, my name is Maximo Alvarez. I live in Miami, Florida, not far from the state of Florida, which is in just a 90-mile wide blue strip on a map for me. It divides freedom from fear. It divides the past from the present, from the future. I know all about the past. I'll never forget my own. My family has fled totalitarianism and communism more than once. First, my dad from Spain, then from Cuba. But my family's don't run away. By the grace of God, I live the American dream. The greatest blessing I ever had. My dad, who only had a 6th grade education, told me, don't lose this place. You'll never be as long as me. I'm speaking to you today because my family is done abandoning what we rightfully earned. There's no place to hide. I'm speaking to you today because President Trump may not always be politically correct. He's in fact a successful businessman, not your average career politician. Our president is just another family man, a friend, and most important, our elected commander-in-chief who puts America first. Keep in mind, the other guy running for president is mostly concerned about power. Yes, power for them, but not for the benefit of all Americans. I'm speaking to you today because I have seen people like this before. I've seen movements like this before. I've seen ideas like this before. And I am here to tell you, we cannot let them take over our country. I heard the promises of Fidel Castro, and I can never forget all those who grew up around me, who look like me, who suffered and starved and died because they believed those empty promises. They swallowed the communist poison pill. If you have a chance, go to the Freedom Tower in Miami. Stop and listen. You can still hear the sounds of those broken promises. It is the sound of waves in the ocean carrying families clinging to pieces of wood. Families with children who can't swim, but willing to risk everything to reach this blessed land. It is the sound of tears hitting the paper of an application to become an American citizen. Most heard and liked the promises, but soon after, they experienced the reality. Look at them, listen to them, learn the truth. Those false promises spread the wealth, free education, free health care, defund the police, trust the socialist state more than your family and your community. They don't sound radical to my ears. They sound familiar. And Fidel Castro was asked if he was a communist. He said he was a Roman Catholic. He knew he had to hide the truth. But the country I was born in is gone, totally destroyed. When I watch the news in Seattle, Chicago, Portland, and other cities, when I see the history being rewritten, when I hear the promises, I've heard echoes of the former life I never wanted to hear again. I see shadows I thought I had outrun. My parents only wanted one person to decide my fate, me. Not some party member, not some government official, not some bureaucrat. In America, I would decide my own future. I am so grateful to America, the place where I was able to build my American dream through hard work and determination. President Trump knows that the American story was written by people just like you and I, who love our country and take risks to build a future for our families and neighbors. I may be a Cuban-born, but I am 100% American. This is the greatest country in the world. And I said this before. If I gave away everything that I have today, it would not equal 1% of what I was given when I came to this great country of ours. The gift of freedom. Right now, it is up to us to decide our fate and to choose freedom over oppression. President Trump, he's fighting the forces of anarchy and communism. And I know he will continue to do just that. And what about his opponent and the rest of the DC swamp? I have no doubt they will hand the country over to those dangerous forces. You and I will decide. And here's what I've decided. My decision is very easy. I choose President Trump because I choose America. I choose freedom. I still hear my dad. There is no other place to go. Thank you, and may the good Lord bless America.
Democrats are just going more and more left.
Many positive about socialism, liking it more than capitalism. Many of the ideas we fought for that were considered radical are now mainstream.
The compromise that they came up with, if implemented, will make Biden the most progressive president since FDR.
The radical left has taken over the Democratic Party, and Joe Biden is marching in lockstep with them. Biden and the far left are promising to crush middle-class families with trillions in new taxes.
If you elect me, your taxes are going to be raised, not cut.
Promising amnesty and health care for 11 million illegal immigrants.
Citizenship for 11 million undocumented folks.
Promising to shut down energy exploration, killing jobs, and hurting America's economy.
I guarantee we're going to end fossil fuel.
In Joe Biden's America, the radical left get whatever they want, and you get to pay for it. They've already taken over Joe Biden and the Democratic Party. Don't let them take over America.
Good evening. I'm Nikki Haley, and it's great to be back at the Republican National Convention. I'll start with a little story. It's about an American ambassador to the United Nations, and it's about a speech she gave to this convention. She called for the re-election of the Republican president she served, and she called out his Democratic opponent, a former vice president from a failed administration. That ambassador said, and I quote, "Democrats always blame America first." The year was 1984. The president was Ronald Reagan, and Ambassador Jeane Kirkpatrick's words are just as true today. Joe Biden and the Democrats are still blaming America first. Donald Trump has always put America first, and he has earned 4 more years as president. It was an honor of a lifetime to serve as the United States ambassador to the United Nations. Now, the UN is not for the faint of heart. It's a place where dictators, murderers, and thieves denounce America and then put their hands out and demand that we pay their bills. Well, President Trump put an end to all of that. With his leadership, we did what Barack Obama and Joe Biden refused to do. We stood up for America, and we stood against our enemies. Obama and Biden let North Korea threaten America. President Trump rejected that weakness, and we passed the toughest sanctions on North Korea in history. Obama and Biden let Iran get away with murder and literally sent them a plane full of cash. President Trump did the right thing and ripped up the Iran nuclear deal. Obama and Biden led the United Nations to denounce our friend and ally, Israel. President Trump moved our embassy to Jerusalem, and when the UN tried to condemn us, I was proud to cast the American veto. This president has a record of strength and success. The former vice president has a record of weakness and failure. Joe Biden is good for Iran and ISIS, great for communist China, and he's a godsend to everyone who wants America to apologize, abstain, and abandon our values. Donald Trump takes a different approach. He's tough on China, and he took on ISIS and won, and he tells the world what it needs to hear. At home, the president is the clear choice on jobs and the economy. He's moved America forward, while Joe Biden has held America back. When Joe was VP, I was governor of the great state of South Carolina. We had a pretty good run. Manufacturers of all kinds flocked to our state from overseas, creating tens of thousands of American jobs. People were referring to South Carolina as the beast of the Southeast, which I loved. Everything we did happened in spite of Joe Biden and his old boss. We cut taxes, they raised them. We slashed red tape, they piled on more mandates. And when we brought in good-paying jobs, Biden and Obama sued us. I fought back, and they gave up. A Biden-Harris administration would be much, much worse. Last time, Joe's boss was Obama. This time, it would be Pelosi, Sanders, and the squad. Their vision for America is socialism, And we know that socialism has failed everywhere. They want to tell Americans how to live and what to think. They want a government takeover of healthcare. They want to ban fracking and kill millions of jobs. They want massive tax hikes on working families. Joe Biden and the socialist left would be a disaster for our economy. But President Trump is leading a new era of opportunity. Before Communist China gave us the coronavirus, we were breaking economic records left and right. The pandemic has set us back, but not for long. President Trump brought our economy back before, and he will bring it back again. There's one more important area where our president is right. He knows that political correctness and cancel culture are dangerous and just plain wrong. In much of the Democratic Party, it's now fashionable to say that America is racist. That is a lie. America is not a racist country. This is personal for me. I am the proud daughter of Indian immigrants. They came to America and settled in a small southern town. My father wore a turban. My mother wore a sari. I was a brown girl in a black and white world. We faced discrimination and hardship, but my parents never gave in to grievance and hate. My mom built a successful business. My dad taught 30 years at a historically black college, and the people of South Carolina chose me as their first minority and first female governor. America is a story that's a work in progress. Now is the time to build on that progress and make America even freer, fairer, and better for everyone. That's why it's so tragic to see so much of the Democratic Party turning a blind eye towards riots and rage. The American people know we can do better. And of course, we value and respect every Black life. The Black cops who've been shot in the line of duty, they matter. The Black small business owners who've watched their life's work go up in flames, they matter. The Black kids who've been gunned down on the playground, their lives matter too. And their lives are being ruined and stolen by the violence on our streets. It doesn't have to be like this. It wasn't like this in South Carolina 5 years ago. Our state came face to face with evil. A white supremacist walked into Mother Emanuel Church during Bible study. 12 African Americans pulled up a chair and prayed with him for an hour. Then he began to shoot. After that horrific tragedy, we didn't turn against each other. We came together, Black and white, Democrat and Republican. Together, we made the hard choices needed to heal and removed a divisive symbol peacefully and respectfully. What happened then should give us hope now. America isn't perfect, but the principles we hold dear are perfect. There's one thing I've learned. It's that even on our worst day, we are blessed to live in America. It's time to keep that blessing alive for the next generation. This president and this party are committed to that noble task. We seek a nation that rises together, not falls apart in anarchy and anger. We know that the only way to overcome America's challenges is to embrace America's strengths. We are striving to reach a brighter future where every child goes to a world-class school chosen by their parents, where every family lives in a safe community with good jobs, where every entrepreneur has the freedom to achieve and inspire, where every believer can worship without fear, and every life is protected, where every girl and boy, every woman and man of every race and religion has the best shot at the best life. In this election, we must choose the only candidate who has and who will continue delivering on that vision. President Trump and Vice President Pence have my support, and America has our promise. We will build on the progress of our past and unlock the promise of our future. That future starts when the American people re-elect President Donald Trump. Thank you, good night, and may God always bless America.
Good evening, America. I'm Donald Trump Jr. We're here tonight to talk about the great American story, to talk about this country we all love, this land of promise and opportunity, of heroes and greatness. Just a few short months ago, we were seeing the American dream become a reality for more of our citizens than ever before. The greatest prolonged economic expansion in American history, the lowest unemployment rate in nearly 50 years. The lowest unemployment rates ever for Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, women, and pretty much every other demographic group. And then, courtesy of the Chinese Communist Party, the virus struck. The president quickly took action and shut down travel from China. Joe Biden and his Democrat allies called my father a racist and a xenophobe for doing it. They put political correctness ahead of the safety and security of the American people. Fortunately, as the virus began to spread, the president acted quickly and ensured ventilators got to hospitals that needed them most. He delivered PPE to our brave frontline workers, and he rallied the mighty American private sector to tackle this new challenge. There's more work to do, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Job gains are outpacing what the so-called experts expected. But Biden's radical left-wing policies would stop our economic recovery cold. He's already talking about shutting the country down again. It's madness. Democrats claim to be for workers, but they've spent the entire pandemic trying to sneak a tax break for millionaires in Democrat states into the COVID relief bill. Then they attacked my father for suspending the payroll tax for middle-class workers. In fact, if you think about it, Joe Biden's entire economic platform seems designed to crush the working man and woman. He supported the worst trade deals in the history of the planet. He voted for the NAFTA nightmare. Down the tubes went our auto industry. He pushed for TPP. Goodbye, manufacturing jobs. Beijing Biden is so weak on China that the intelligence community recently assessed that the Chinese Communist Party favors Biden. They know he'll weaken us both economically and on a world stage. Biden also wants to bring in more illegal immigrants to take jobs from American citizens. His open border policies would drive wages down for Americans at a time when low-income workers were getting real wage increases for the first time in modern history. He's pledged to repeal the Trump tax cuts, which were the biggest in our country. After 8 years of Obama and Biden's slow growth, Trump's policies have been like rocket fuel to the economy and especially to the middle class. Biden has promised to take that money back out of your pocket and keep it in the swamp. That makes sense, though, considering Joe Biden is basically the Loch Ness Monster of the swamp. For the past half century, he's been lurking around in there. He sticks his head up every now and then to run for president. Then he disappears and doesn't do much in between. So if you're looking for hope, look to the man who did what the failed Obama-Biden administration never could do and built the greatest economy our country has ever seen. And President Trump will do it again. We will be stronger than ever because when we put our mind to it, there is no obstacle that America can't surmount. Except there's a difference this time. In the past, both parties believed in the goodness of America. We agreed on where we wanted to go. We just disagreed on how to get there. This time, the other party is attacking the very principles on which our nation was founded. Freedom of thought, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, the rule of law. Thomas Jefferson famously said, "I have sworn upon the altar of God eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man." Our founders believed there was nothing more important than protecting our God-given right to think for ourselves. Now, the left, They're trying to cancel all of those founders. They don't seem to understand this important principle. In order to improve in the future, we must learn from our past, not erase it. So we're not going to tear down monuments and forget the people who built our great nation. Instead, we will learn from our past so we don't repeat any mistakes. And we will work tirelessly to improve the lives of all Americans. Joe Biden and the radical left are now coming for our freedom of speech. They want to bully us into submission. If they get their way, it will no longer be the silent majority. It will be the silenced majority. This has to stop. Freedom of expression used to be a liberal value, at least before the radical left took over. Now the Republican Party is the home of free speech, the place where anyone from any background can speak their mind, and may the best ideas win. People of faith are under attack. You're not allowed to go to church, but mass chaos in the streets gets a pass. It's almost like this election is shaping up to be church, work, and school versus rioting, looting, and vandalism. Or, in the words of Biden and the Democrats, peaceful protesting. Anarchists have been flooding our streets, and Democrat mayors are ordering the police to stand down. Small businesses across America, many of them minority-owned, are being torched by mobs. The Democrat mayors pretend it's not happening. They actually called it a summer of love. And that brings me to another important principle. Every American must be free to live without fear of violence in your country, in your communities, and in your homes. All men and women are created equal and must be treated equally under the law. That's why we must put an end to racism, and we must ensure that any police officer who abuses their powers is held accountable. What happened to George Floyd is a disgrace, and if you know a police officer, you know they agree with that too. But we cannot lose sight of the fact that our police are American heroes. They deserve our deepest appreciation. Because no matter what the Democrats say, you and I both know when we dial 911, we don't want it going to voicemail. So defunding the police is not an option. Everything starts with safety and security. You can't have anything else without it. You can't focus on building a better future for your children without the peace of mind that they can study safely in their classrooms, play safely in their neighborhoods, and sleep safely in their beds. But safety is only the beginning. Trump's America is a land of opportunity, a place of promise. I was fortunate enough to grow up in a family that could afford the best schools and the finest universities. But a great education cannot be the exclusive right of the rich and powerful. It must be accessible to all. And that's why my dad is pro-school choice. That's why he's called education access the civil rights issue, not just of our time, but of all time. It is unacceptable that too many African American and Hispanic American children are stuck in bad schools just because of their zip code. Donald Trump will not stand for it. If Democrats really wanted to help minorities and underserved communities, instead of bowing to big money union bosses, they'd let parents choose what school is best for their kids. They'd limit immigration to protect American workers. They'd support the police who protect our neighborhoods. They'd learn how to negotiate trade deals that prioritize America's interests for a change. They'd end the endless wars and quit sending our young people to solve problems in foreign lands. They'd cut taxes for families and workers. They'd create opportunity zones that drive investment into inner cities. In other words, if Democrats cared for the forgotten men and women of our country, they'd do exactly what President Trump is doing. America is the greatest country on earth, but my father's entire worldview revolves around the idea that we can always do even better. Imagine the life you want to have, one with a great job, a beautiful home, a perfect family. You can have it. Imagine the country you want to live in, one with true equal opportunity, where hard work pays off and justice is served with compassion and without partiality. You can have it. Imagine a world where the evils of communism and radical Islamic terrorism are not given a chance to spread, where heroes are celebrated and the good guys win. You can have it. That is the life. That is the country. That is the world that Donald Trump and the Republican Party are after. And yes, you can have it. Because unlike Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats, our party is open to everyone. It starts by rejecting radicals who want to drag us into the dark and embracing the man who represents a bright and beautiful future for all. It starts by re-electing Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Thank you, and God bless America.
I'm Catalina Lauf. I work in the political space.
And I'm Madeline Lauf, and I'm the founder of Begin Health, a children's nutritional company.
We grew up in a really small town outside of Chicago.
Our mom's from Guatemala. Our dad's a small business owner from Chicago. And so we brought two different cultures together to create us. A little bit of crazy and
a little bit of fun, I guess. They taught us the values of hard work, liberty, to love this country unapologetically. Our dad is a beekeeper and just had so many different things out in the countryside, and it was just such a sweet
We grew up selling honey at farmers markets. So my line was, have you ever been stung by a bee? But really, it was teaching us, again, entrepreneurship, small business, self-reliance, and that we're the ones that need to put in the hard work to get what we want.
And my mother being from Guatemala, escaping what she had there, growing up in poverty, and coming here to the United States, being able to fulfill her destiny and be somebody that she couldn't there in her home country.
And they really instilled in us the sense of purpose, but also self-accountability, and that we had to strive to do the things that we wanted, and it was up to us to make those things happen.
In America, there's no ceiling of opportunity. You define your own destiny through personal responsibility, through hard work, through having a moral value system. That's the American dream, and President Trump's providing that for everybody.
Look at my business, Begin Health. As a small startup that is growing and launching, we are constantly trying to innovate. And the big challenge that COVID brought that we just didn't see coming was that just almost everything kind of just shut down. And when you are a small startup and you have limited funding, and the funding is really only to kind of get you to that next milestone, we were really struggling. And so we were able to apply for a PPP loan, which really helped allow us to continue hiring and working and developing our product so that we could ultimately still launch.
It's now more than ever so important to have a president and an administration that understands that small business is the backbone of our economy. Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was huge. Manufacturing, deregulation, fair trade. These are things that affected real Americans. We have a champion in the Oval Office who has this business background. He actually understands the need for small businesses like my sisters to survive. We aren't the stereotypical conservative. I mean, we come from Hispanic descent and we're millennial women, and that's not what the media wants. And so somebody like AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, this far left, these women come out with these very, very destructive political ideologies that are trying to infiltrate millennials and the next generation. I decided to step up and say, well, we need a counter voice to these women.
There has been an assault on capitalism, just generally. And I think it's very scary to imagine a Biden world where the progressive wing ideas are starting to take front and center stage. That will really choke the American economy. There will be over-regulation, over-taxation. It's very hard to innovate through those two things. And ultimately, what's really sad is the thought of making all of us dependent on the government, and we are not going to allow that.
I've seen a lot of moderates, a lot of people now changing over because of everything that's been happening. This is a taste of Biden's America. I mean, the rioting, the crime, freedom is at stake now. And this is going to be the most important election of our lifetime. We want to preserve the America that our mother came here for. Having a thriving economy, that is keeping America great. And President Trump has delivered on that promise. He's truly fighting for the American people. We're the greatest country in the world, period. On our worst day, we're still the greatest country in the world. And in order to preserve that, it's by putting America first, having a thriving economy, having happiness.
Good evening. I'm Senator Tim Scott from the great state of South Carolina. To all of you tuning in and participating in the political process, God bless you. This isn't how I pictured tonight, but our country is experiencing something none of us envisioned. From a global pandemic to the deaths of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, 2020 has tested our nation in ways we haven't seen for decades. But regardless of the challenges presented to us, every 4 years, Americans come together to vote, to share stories of what makes our nation strong and the lessons we have learned that can strengthen it for further generations. Because while this election is between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, it is not solely about Donald Trump and Joe Biden. It's about the promise of America. It's about you and me, our challenges and heartbreaks, hopes and dreams. It's about how we respond when tackling critical issues like police reform, when Democrats called our work a token effort and walked out of the room during negotiations because they wanted the issue more than they wanted a solution. Do we want a society that breeds success or a culture that cancels everything it even slightly disagrees with? I know where I stand because you see, I am living my mother's American dream. My parents divorced when I was 7 years old, and we moved in with my grandparents into a 2-bedroom home with me, my mom, and my brother sharing a room and one bed. My mom worked 16 hours a day to keep food on the table and a roof over our heads. She knew that if we could find the opportunity, bigger things would come. I thought I had to use football to succeed in life, and my focus on academics faded away. My freshman year, I failed out. I failed 4 subjects: Spanish, English, world geography, and even civics. Trust me though, after 7 years in the Senate, I know I'm not the only one in Congress who failed civics. But even while I was failing the 9th grade, my mother always said to me, "Timmy, if you would just shoot for the moon, even if you miss, you'll be among the stars." She never lost faith in me, even when I lost faith in myself. Because of her encouragement, I went to summer school and caught up. The next year, I met my mentor, John Moniz, a Chick-fil-A operator. John saw something in me that I could not see in myself and started teaching me valuable life lessons. Like having a job would be a good thing, but creating jobs would be even better. That having an income could change my lifestyle, but creating a profit could change my community. He planted the seeds of what would become Opportunity Zones. This initiative that the president and I worked together on is now bringing more than $75 billion of private sector investment into distressed communities. I took those lessons to heart and started putting the pieces of my life back together. I realized a quality education is the closest thing to magic in America. That's why I fight to this day for school choice, to make sure every child in every neighborhood has a quality education. I don't care if it's a public, private, charter, virtual, or a homeschool. When a parent has a choice, their kid has a better chance. And the president has fought alongside me on that. Later in life, I started my own small business. That's why I know it is critical for us to have a tax code that encourages growth. We actually saw revenues to the Treasury increase after we lowered taxes in 2017. Rest assured, The Democrats do not want you to know that. After starting my small business and spending some time in local government, I decided to run for Congress in 2010. The district is based in Charleston, South Carolina, where the Civil War started, against a son of our legendary Senator, Strom Thurmond. You may be asking yourself, how does a poor black kid from a single-parent household run and win in a race crowded with Republicans against a Thurmond? Because of the evolution of the Southern Heart. In an overwhelmingly white district, the voters judged me not on the color of my skin, but on the content of my character. We live in a world that only wants you to believe in the bad news, racially, economically, and culturally polarizing news. The truth is, our nation's arc always bends back towards fairness. We are not fully where we want to be, but I thank God Almighty, we are not where we used to be. We are always striving to be better. When we stumble, and we will, we pick ourselves back up and try again. We don't give in to cancel culture or the radical and factually baseless belief that things are worse today than in the 1860s or the 1960s. We have work to do, but I believe in the goodness of America, the promise that all men and all women are created equal. And if you're watching tonight, I'm betting you do too. Over the past 4 years, we have made tremendous progress towards that promise. President Trump built the most inclusive economy ever. 7 million jobs created pre-COVID-19, and 2/3 of them went to women, African Americans, and Hispanics. The first new major effort to tackle poverty in a generation, opportunity zones. We put hard-earned tax dollars back in people's pockets by cutting their taxes, especially for single-parent households like the one I grew up in, cutting single mothers' taxes 70% on average. President Trump supported these tax cuts for those single moms and other working families and signed these policies into law, and our nation is better off for it. So I'm going to ask you, the American people, not to simply look at what the candidates say, but to look back at what they've done. This election is about your future, and it is critical to paint a full picture of the records of Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Joe Biden said if a black man didn't vote for him, he wasn't truly black. Joe Biden said black people are a monolithic community. It was Joe Biden who said poor kids can be just as smart as white kids. And while his words are one thing, his actions take it to a whole new level. In 1994, Biden led the charge on a crime bill that put millions of black Americans behind bars. President Trump's criminal justice reform law fixed many of the disparities Biden created and made our system more fair and just for all Americans. Joe Biden also failed our nation's historically black colleges and universities, heaping blame on them as they fought to ensure our young folks had access to higher education. Once again, to clean up Joe Biden's mess, President Trump signed into law historically high funding for HBCUs, as well as a bill to give them permanent funding for the first time ever. And now Joe Biden wants to come for your pocketbooks. Unless, of course, you're a blue state millionaire. I'm serious. That's one of their solutions for the pandemic. They want to take more money from your pocket and give it to Manhattan elites and Hollywood moguls so they get a tax break. Republicans, however, passed President Trump's once-in-a-generation tax reform bill that lowered taxes for single moms, working families, and those in need. So when it comes to what Joe Biden says he'll do, look at his actions. Look at his policies. look at what he already did and what he didn't do while he's been in Washington for 47 years. Ladies and gentlemen, people don't always see those failures because they think we're having a policy debate on two sides of an issue. That is not what is happening. Our side is working on policy, while Joe Biden's radical Democrats are trying to permanently transform what it means to be an American. Make no mistake, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris want a cultural revolution, a fundamentally different America. If we let them, they will turn our country into a socialist utopia. And history has taught us that path only leads to pain and misery, especially for hardworking people hoping to rise. Instead, we must focus on the promise of the American journey. I know that journey well. My grandfather's 99th birthday would have been tomorrow. Growing up, he had to cross the street if a white person was coming. He suffered the indignity of being forced out of school as a third grader to pick cotton, and he never learned to read or write. Yet, he lived long enough to see his grandson become the first African American to be elected to both the United States House and the United States Senate in the history of this country. Our family went from cotton to Congress in one lifetime. And that's why I believe the next American century can be better than the last. There are millions of families just like mine all across this nation, full of potential, seeking to live the American dream. And I'm here tonight to tell you that supporting the Republican ticket gives you the best chance of making that dream a reality. God bless you. And Father, please continue blessing the United States of America. God bless.
Okay, I'm pretty sure we're done. So yeah, the live stream actually ended. It told me, yeah, your party's over. So I guess we were buffering. So I guess it's going to die now. So yeah, that was pretty cool. So 7 people on here. So let's see. Yeah, it's funny. I mean, of course, I'm watching it from the official stream from the RNC because number one, that they're going to control the messaging the way they want to see it. So we're going to get exactly what the RNC wants us to see. It's not going to be filtered through PBS or NPR or whatever outlet there is. I found it pretty interesting. I think Rick told me that the MSNBC was actually showing it and nobody else was showing it earlier today. So see you, Rick. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Okay. So yeah, so I'm going to jump off here early. I got some work I have to do actually, but I want to first thank everyone for coming on. I learned a lot doing this, come a long way really technically wise. And I think I had the right setup here. I got the right computers, running the right cabling, running the right software, running the right infrastructure. The only thing I need to do is just not worry about Facebook. I'm not even going to worry about Facebook for this kind of stuff. If I do a video, regular video, I cast it out to Facebook and YouTube. That's different because it's just splitting it. This case, I'm using Facebook as a conduit, and I'm not going to worry about doing it. So I think, and plus, it does people on Facebook a disservice if they go there and don't have the access to the titling, the interaction, the chatting, and it makes it harder on my end too because I have to worry about going back and forth. So yeah. Thank you for that. See you, Rick. See you, Angel. We will be talking about this tomorrow. There's a bunch of stuff to unpack here. Unfortunately, I was not taking notes. So I don't know. I mean, I really want to talk about some other stuff too, but I'm going to jump off here really because I really want to just get to some work I got to do for real work. But I'm going to figure out what I'm going to talk about. I may do an unpacking. I don't know. This is going to be back here Friday. Sorry, we're going to be back here on tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday. So if you guys still want to stick around, we'll do it again tomorrow. Hopefully it'll be a lot better. And I will check you guys next time. Everyone who's been on, who came on Parler, thank you for coming on. People who've come off YouTube, people there who follow me there, thank you so much. This is the conservative take. This is the first time here. We take politics, obviously, TV culture, news, whatever, and we filter it through the lens of conservatism, because obviously right now in the world, everything is pretty much leaning hard left. I mean, the gloves are totally off. So this is kind of like my idea of being able to talk about the areas that aren't being touched really in conservatism. You don't hear much about movies or Star Wars or sports really. But as this channel grows and I get more people coming on, it's going to spread out more, and we're going to see more of that in different ways. I have a way I want to do this, but with this being an election year, it's really difficult to do what I really want to do, because getting Trump in office is probably paramount to everything else. So once the election is over, once Trump wins, then you'll start seeing the channel evolve in different ways, still political, but also more in a way that's a niche that's not being filled right now, that I see in the social media space, in the blog sphere space. So anyways, yeah. So everyone coming on, I thank you so much, and I will check you out on Parler. I'll be out there tonight, and I will be live streaming this again tomorrow. I think what's going to happen is it's going to be 9 o'clock again tomorrow. I am not going to push this stream up at least to 8 o'clock. So what I may do, I may stream some of the morning stuff during the day, just have it out there, but I'll probably leave it at that. So, all right. So that, everyone, thank you so much for coming to the Conservative Take. Again, if you haven't done so already, click like and subscribe, and share with your friends. We're trying to reach 10,000 subscribers. We're growing at a pretty decent pace. I think we'll get there by this time next year. Unless something else happens, a viral video or something like that, but no rush. Just want to get quality, not quantity. And if you want to support this channel, you can go to walkedaway.net and support us there. Let the world know when you first walked away. All right. So that, everyone, I will see you guys tomorrow, and everyone have a safe evening and have an enjoyable time with your families, and check you out next time.